Welcome everybody to another exciting episode of the AusNZ HCR2 Community Podcast. We have two amazing guests that we're really looking forward to hearing from. But before we do, quick hello to Pete,
Hello.
who's
That was
just
pretty
cracked a
quick, wasn't it?
can, of Coke and something. And JR, how are you, JR?
I'm good. I'm happy to be back in another year of amazing podcast about silk
Yeah,
climbing.
yeah. This
How are
is
you both?
the first episode for January, which is very cool, very cool. Doing well. I've been stumbling around with a virtual machine on an old laptop that runs some software for my car, and I went to help someone and it fell over, and now I need it for my own car and I don't have it. So I'm trying to rebuild a machine in the background at the moment, which was why I was kind of a bit late running to getting into the podcast, into the podcast channel. So yeah, we've had the update, the new 4 machines that are being on Mastery. Beast has just been released, and I finished it the other day. It was a very easy mastery chase. It's an XP weekend, so I've done a little bit on the alt as well. Pete,
Excellent.
did you have anything to add?
I have still only got mastery on my my Moonlander.
Right.
I've almost got the first stage of my racing truck, but
Uh-huh.
no, I haven't reached there yet.
Mm,
It's hard with two
But you know,
accounts to get it on one account.
I'm
mm.
still working on the EVCC.
Yeah.
No, I don't really have anything to add with mastery. Sorry. How about Jack Rabbit? Do you have anything?
well, I would like to grind mastery while we do the podcast. Can I do it?
I'm already doing it. I don't know about you. I'm already there.
Oh, geez.
That sounds like a good idea because it is a double XP weekend, so
Yeah, double XP.
probably a good idea.
So, I
About
was going to ask. We were asked a question on the YouTube channel, which is something we've never answered, and it was from Ragnar Malmberg. He was responding to a PT Freddy, FS David, and FS Reese episode that we had for Lego Hill Climbing Adventure, and he asked the question. Very random, but is there a reason why the main character is named Bill? And I responded to him on the YouTube channel and said Bill was the original character from HCR, the original game, but we don't know why he was called Bill. So Fingersoft, if you're listening, can you add a comment to this podcast, and I will let Ragnar know what's going on. So there you go. And then the only other thing that I did notice, there was a bit of chatter in our server about the vehicle mastery for the Beast, and a very notable adventure player who's second in the adventure ranking.
Ding, ding,
Basically,
ding, ding.
yeah. Can you hear that bell going? He basically said that the mastery has not improved the car, especially for adventure, because the car still brakes, and he says that it feels like it's got less ability to stay together. So he was not very impressed by it. And my comment was that I've been smashing cup records with the Beast now. It's been going really fast, but his comment was it's more of a hit and miss when you bounce using the, shortened version of it to start off with. So, what are your thoughts? I mean, DeBell's got a fair bit of history with playing all of the vehicles. He's over 6 million stars now, and he's only number 2 to Zorro, which is pretty amazing. So, have you played with the Beast on Adventure and thought that maybe it needs to be better? Hopefully, we can get the opposite of what happened to the Moonlander.
I haven't done
Good
any of my
goodness.
mastery on the beast to even comment on this yet.
Yeah,
Because,
yeah.
you know, AZ Street, my husband, he has.
Yep. Well, I finished it the other day before the double XP started, and I've just been playing cups with it. That's how I did the XP quickly with the doubler, and I've got a winning streak of over 50, which means you get 1,400 for every cup you win. Every cup you win. So
Really?
yeah, with the
Is that a
doubler.
thing? Is it
Yeah, once you go
over
past
50?
over
I'm going
50
to have to try
streak,
to win more now.
yeah, over 50 streak, you get 700 points instead of 200 points for winning a cup.
Oh.
And then if you've got the doubler, you go from 700 to 1,400. And with
I've
the
never
Wow.
gotten to 20.
yeah, and with the
I keep
XP,
losing.
yeah,
I
I mean it starts to increase from 10 upwards. A winning streak
I
of
didn't
10
I
know
didn't
it
upwards.
even
was
realize.
Yeah, so I may have been using some gems to keep my streak going.
uh-huh.
But it was
Must
mainly
be
to
nice to
build.
have the gems.
Yeah, well, it was
Yeah.
mainly to just keep my XP, mining going well. So,
Mhm.
I do the
Podcast must be
cups.
successful. He can afford all these gems.
Well,
Exactly.
it was more of I would run the cups with the beast that I knew that I would win, like No Air, Big Air, and a few others, and Bumpy Ride and whatever. I knew I could beat them really quickly with the beast. But some of the other cups with a lot of overhead stuff, the all the other cups that have got lots of overhead stuff, the city, the old city, and the marshy one. I'm losing my train of thought. Sorry. I'm gonna have to open the game up now because
You're making me
I thought
feel
you
like
had
I
it.
have to do my mastery. I got to get my VIP back on this 4th account.
on this 4th account, well, I only have 2 accounts, so that's probably why.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the Gloomvale cups and in the Patchwork Plant cups and in the Cuptown cups, I just use the other vehicles to keep my streak going. But on any one that I know that I can easily win in the beast, I was just running the beast with afterburner, wings, and coin. It was quite fast. Yeah, quite fast.
Well, do you know what? This
Okay.
season, I actually finished the season with my alt account for the first time in a very long time.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
So I finally got that finish the season reward that,
Oh wow.
that disappears after everyone has done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, anything else to add before we start introducing these lovely guests?
Nothing else for me.
Nothing else from you, Pete?
Yes?
Nothing else from you?
No, nothing else. Nothing from me.
No. Well,
I'm all
in that
good.
case, let's
Bring 'em on.
introduce. Yeah, let's bring them on. Let's introduce our guests. We have 2 really cool players that have both got a fair few accounts, have been playing for an extremely long time. And I will do them in order of top down in the listing. So, because her name starts with AGirl, she's on the top of the list. So, welcome to the podcast, AGirl, part of the Blue Bayou or BBU crew. Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Happy to be here.
You have been saying a couple of things here and there. So, just in case you were listening and didn't know who that was, you now know who that is. And the other guest we have was thrown under the bus by a few people over the last couple of episodes. So, welcome to the podcast, Silk42.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I think we're gonna have a good time, and hopefully, we can answer a lot of these questions that I've seen some of my teammates posting already.
No, very cool, very cool. Well, let's start with you, Agel. Give us a little brief rundown of your history so far. Your hill climb racing history, and a
Oh
little
my
bit about yourself. I mean,
Oh my
you've only
goodness.
got what, 4 accounts?
Yeah, I have 4. Um, it started with AZ Street and one of his buddies across the street, PBJ. PBJ had been playing since the original hill climb, and he got him into it. And the two of them were playing weekly and daily together, and they had their full garage, and they were real proud of it. But then they were like, "Hey, let's beat up on your wife," and they had me start a new account. And then here's me coming in with this slow little Jeep, and they're just whomping on me. Oh, you suck. And it's like, well, you've got this sports car and I've got this Jeep. It's not fair. So then I started obsessing over the game and playing cups and then just built my garage as fast as I could. And then by the time that teams came out, I was already beating them. And then I started my team. When teams came out, I'm like right on it that day. Um, and then I started Blue Bayou. I mean, like right there in the very beginning. And I had some pretty cool players in the beginning. Like Reaper, if he hears this, he was on my team once upon a time, and then he kind of went his own way and made several teams. I think we've had Gravity, which used to be a very active, strong player. We've had quite a few really good players come and go on our team. Jeff has helped me out quite a bit from the Empire. He's come over and helped. Silky, Buddha Juice. I don't know if you know Beast Mode BM44. He was on Wildlifers and a few other teams. He came over and helped a few times. So we've had a few good players on the team, and I'm happy about that. I then had the luxury of joining Big Dog Racing and Mixed Nuts, and then Disco started chatting me up and said, "Hey, you got to make an account for Kicking Asphalt. I think you'll really like this team." So, and here comes my next account for Kicking Asphalt, and I am so happy I joined that team. I've met the coolest people on that team, even if some of them don't like me right now. I love you all. Um, and then I went to this team Out of Order, and well, actually, first it was, I think when I first joined it was like the end of Chaos, and they were becoming New Order, and then Out of Order, and then we wound up being Empire, and I also wound up on Global Legion, which now is Cheap Tricks pretty much. Because they
Yep.
merged with Empire, and then they kind of merged back out
Yep.
into their own thing.
Yep.
So, yep.
I'm
So,
playing currently on Cheap Tricks.
yes, yes.
Yeah,
Tell
one of
N8
my
I said
accounts.
hi.
I will. So yeah,
No,
I
I have
mean,
lots of friends on that team.
I remember seeing you on Mixed Nuts many years ago.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember seeing you on Mixed Nuts because there was a guy who used to play our daily cups that used to play on. It was D's Nuts. Yeah,
These
D's
nuts.
Nuts. Yeah, he used to
I
play
remember
on our.
Keys. He
Yeah,
was a
he.
gun. Probably
Oh,
still
he was
is.
fantastic. Yeah. He used to play our daily cups, our daily races thing, and he was always one of the ones to beat. And I always wanted to join the team for a couple of events just for shits and giggles type thing, but never got up the balls to do it. So yeah, there you go. Very cool. Very cool. So that was second account, and then you've raised third and fourth accounts. So can I ask a question about these 4 accounts? Were any of them raised after they added the extra currencies like the adventure tokens?
I have to say, so I, all of my accounts are fairly older, right?
Yep.
I started making them years ago, so
Yeah.
I had this problem where I get really bored really easy, and I'd be like in my room. I was deployed, mobilized for a while, right? And I would be in my barracks going, okay, now what am I going to do? And then somebody would, beast mode or Disco Spud would send me a challenge, and then I'd try and beat him. And then if I got nothing, I would just spend my night trying to beat Vereshek's challenges back then. That's how bored I was. I mean, I was like, okay, I could beat him. It may take me 5 hours, but I'm gonna beat him.
Yep.
But yeah, no, they're all really high. They've been high for a while. I think my lowest one right now is 10,700 out of the
Yeah.
4.
Okay. Yep.
So they've been high for a while, but I like the key thing. I do
Yeah.
like the key thing. I thought that
And
was a cool addition.
so the next question is then, do you have 4 devices?
Yeah. Well, actually, in a way, I have 5 because
Okay.
I have 4 Wi-Fi tablets,
Yep.
and then I have my phone. So my main account started on my phone, but
Yep.
it's kind of tiny. So the only time I ever get on my phone in lieu of my iPad
Yep.
is like if I'm at work and I have to kick somebody off the team because we figured out they were cheating or something like that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, for the most part, I prefer being on a big iPad.
Tablet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. No, very cool. Very cool. Alrighty. Well,
I just want to point out that my main account has only got 10,000 and 580 garage power. So less than your lowest account.
Yep. Yeah. That's why like
Yeah.
some people like N8 will be like, no, I want your good account. And it's like, why does it matter? They're all good. It's just whether I suck or not. I mean, that's really what it boils down to because
well,
any one of
Yeah.
the 4 accounts can have a good day, right?
yeah.
They're all high enough where one would. I mean, my main is hardly ever the best score I have. It's usually Wookie, or it's like the lower accounts seemingly do better, and I don't know why. It's like, why did I do all this?
Yeah,
So,
I had this with I said this to Nate the other day. I'm like, mate, my alt account is 2K higher, and I can't do like track 1 on that old um event that we just did. Track 1 where we're doing it with the rotator. Both accounts had the same rotator, same skin. We used practically the same face and body and everything else. And same parts, same, everything. And I was getting 2 out of 4 runs on my old account, in the high 9,000s. And my main, I couldn't get over 8. And I'm just like, what the hell?
I feel that all the time, all the
And
time.
the other thing was, they're both on, good devices. So it's not like one device is better than the other type thing. They're both on reasonably good devices that are fast and all that sort of stuff. They've got lots of RAM. So it's not a device issue. It's not a skill issue. It's an account issue. I'm pretty sure of it. But you'll never be able to prove that.
Maybe they just don't like AGirl.
I wonder if you
Maybe
swapped
Fingersoft likes Wookiee
devices.
better.
If I swap devices.
If you swap devices, so put your alt on your main account device and then vice versa, would it still be the same?
That's a tough one because that's really hard to do without
It is very hard to do.
Yeah. Without screwing up a whole lot of stuff and then getting reported for cheating. Yep. So, Silk, tell us a little bit about your history, because the rumor that going around when I originally heard about this Silk42 was you had 42 accounts with lots of devices. But give us a bit of history about yourself.
Oh, I started playing the original Hill Climb Racing.
Yep.
I played that for several years. I actually took notes on that game. At least way back when I played, there's no warning when there was a fuel can coming up. So I'd write down, I know, at so many meters there's a fuel can, so I know to kind of slow down and grab it.
Yep.
So I don't know. Even Hill Climb Racing 2, when it first started, didn't have a notification. And then they added that later on through one of the updates where you'd have, in 50
Yep.
meters, there's a fuel can. So, but I don't know if they added that back to the original game or not. Basically, when the new version came out, I stopped playing the old version.
Yep.
But anyways, that's when I started playing. I think 2017 is when I started playing HCR2. And way back then, I think I saw a question about asking me about my accounts, but I don't want to answer too far in advance. But way back then, I had different tablets. There's the Barnes & Noble Nook HD. There is an Amazon Fire tablet I had on my phone. When I got a new phone, every time I always started from scratch. So I had multiple accounts because either they didn't have it or I didn't know about the cloud save back then. In fact, the first time I started saving it to the cloud, I used Facebook. And I had to create multiple Facebook accounts so I could back up each of my accounts. So anyways, that's how long I've been playing, and then throughout the years, I've added a few accounts here and there for one reason or another. With my newest one, I added last April, and I did that because I wanted to move since Facebook backup didn't work anymore. I waited for the FSID system that the FS implemented for the cloud backup. And I didn't want to test out any of my accounts that I'd been working on for 6-7 years. So I created a brand new account to test it out. And the intent was, after I verified everything worked well, was to not use it. But I kept playing it, and so that's now on my 6th account. And I know you asked AGirl about it. It was one that was started after they had the blueprints, the tokens, and so I kind of got to feel exactly what it's like for a brand new user to start an account.
And because of the reason I wanted to talk to you about it was because you started before it needed that, and you started an account after it needed that.
Yes,
Which
I've had all the experiences.
all the
So
experiences.
I can relate to the players that have been here forever and have millions and millions of coins, and I can relate to the players who, like my newest account, I have masteries that I've accomplished. I just don't have the coins to be able to unlock them, so they're stuck where they are. So I've experienced both ends of it, so I totally understand and get it. And
Yep. But what I was part of that with the mastery is, yes, you don't have the coins, but just playing the game builds your mastery without you even having to, do the hard slog of mastery only. So
yes and no. I
yes and
have a
no.
bunch of accounts that the mastery vehicles are available, but I haven't been able to get them to level 20 to actually be able to start collecting them. And
Fair
it
enough. Yeah.
costs a lot of coins to pay for, like, say, the sports car to get that upgraded all the way to 20 when I have other
Yep.
cars that I still need at the same time. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, there's vehicles that
And
I
upgrading
haven't
parts
even
is
started.
just so much better value for your coins.
Yeah, for the team events,
think.
because my thinking
Yeah.
is, it'd be nice to start collecting mastery as soon as possible. But even if I get to the level I need it to, I can't afford to unlock it. So I'm not going to waste coins unlocking. I don't know, like the racing truck I haven't unlocked, because how often do you need the downforce set to level 20? So,
Well,
and
and
to spend all the
therein
coins to
lies.
do it.
Yeah, therein lies the thing. It's like at the end of the day, there were certain levels of tunes that were not needed to get to 20. And we've talked about this in the past about an old account and setting up an old account, and I never started an old account with the intention of making it all 20. It was all I'm gonna maybe go up to 17 and see where I'm at. And mastery was the only thing that made me push some of them to 20. But yeah, I just thought it was a interesting point that, like you've said, on a racing truck, you wouldn't use 20 very often, but now you have to go to 20. to be able to start the mastery on it, which is a real pain because it's coins being used for not the same
Waste.
sort of. Yeah, it's. I'm not going to say it's wasted coins, but it is. At the end of the day, it kind of is.
Yep. Yeah.
You're
We've
upgrading
been-
it just to detune it again.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's making you choose really between mastery and parts and tuning.
Mhm.
What's most
Well-
important to you? Do you really want to upgrade that nitro or do you want to work on that tuning?
Yeah.
Yeah, air brake on the supercar will be the same way when it does finally get mastery, which it obviously doesn't have yet. Most of my lower accounts, I've never upgraded that because I haven't needed it.
Yep. Yeah, no, very interesting. Very interesting. JR, do you have any questions?
Several questions in the questions channel, but I want to ask right now to both our guests, having multiple accounts, what is the most challenging thing? Like, can you give time, spend equal time on across all your accounts, or one tends to get ignored, or something like that? AGirl, please go first.
Well, for mine, I try to make them all fairly equal. I have to say, I do put more KM into my team, my main team that I lead, and that's only because I have some players that have been on the team a long time, but they don't they're not in the game as much anymore. But I know they got some mad skills. I'm just waiting for them to wake up again.
Yep.
Because I don't know if y'all recall DC Nicola from Discord. He's on the team, but he
Yeah, rings a bell.
he's really busy. He's really busy, so he doesn't play that much. We have a few others that they've been on my team for years, but they don't do a whole lot of KM. And we have a lot of new players, younger players that really KM. I want the 50 chest, and it's like you really don't need much over the 23 to be successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they think the bigger the number, the better, right? Bigger is better. But size doesn't always matter. 23 is good. Just right there. 23 is you've got all your prizes, you got all your gems, you've got everything you need, right? So
Yep.
I try to, if I see that the team is running low, I'll try and give them more KM. Now on my other three accounts, typically I try to keep them all even. I hop. I go from one to the next to the next to the next, and I hop. So I try to get back into the room like on a cycle on all of them, so that
Yep.
if someone starts chatting with me, I'm like, oh, okay, and hopefully they're still in the room, right? The only time I'll usually kind of obsess on one over the other is like if I'm really close on the mastery, and it's needed for that team event. I try to
Yep.
help all my teams. I mean, literally, I care about every team I'm on. I mean, so I don't think I've ever missed a team event for any of my alts, any of the matches ever. Um, N8 and Scotch and Goober can probably correct me on that, but I've always tried to do my best. I try to get in on all of them every 8 hours so that I have all four plays. So yeah, I try to play them pretty equally. So if the one's lower, they're probably all lower, and that's probably just because I had a very busy week.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hmm.
Do you have a regiment where you play at the same time for a team event every day? Or
Um, yes and no. So it depends on my schedule. So like obviously, I'm not playing much when I'm working, except for maybe my lunch hour.
yep.
Um, and then I go to work and I go to the gym or whatever else I'm doing there for fitness. And then once all that is done, and it's funny because it's kind of an inside joke with me and an eight. A lot of times I'm playing because I'm so busy and I'm juggling accounts and juggling time and everything. A lot of times I'm playing in the tub. It's like I'm just trying to make time and I'm multitasking. I'm getting clean and I'm playing. And then somebody be like, "Oh yeah, let's chat." And I'm not gonna get on audio. Yeah, not gonna get on video. I mean, not right now. You're gonna hear splashing. Let's just chat.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
think
I'm
at
thinking
least
she might be in the tub now, and that's why we didn't do the picture of her.
I
That's what
was
I'm
actually
thinking.
earlier.
I think you beat the I'm running the team event while sitting on the toilet. You're in the tub. Oh my god.
I hope you have a waterproof device.
Or have a
No, I
structure.
don't. It's not. But I have a backup iPad ready to go just in case.
In case. Must be nice. Must be nice.
and, and my dog is up here trying to get in the interview here.
Oh, that's so cool. Um, what about you, Silk? So, what's the most challenging on having multiple?
Well, it definitely is very time consuming. When I started the multiples, it really was more about being able to share the KMs between them all. And then the team events became the big part of the game. And then later on, as the game progressed, and I don't know if it was in the rules back then or not, to be honest. But originally, I think I saw this as a question, so maybe answering a little too early. But originally, to create a team, you could create a team with one player, obviously, but to join a team event, you needed 5. So I joined all my accounts onto one just so I could join an event. And the main purpose was just to get the rewards. And then multiple players joined, and the team grew out. And later on, I found out that you weren't allowed to have multiple accounts on the same team, and so I moved them all off. But I don't know. Back then, I didn't know what Discord was. I didn't know, about the wiki. I don't even think it existed. Their Wikipedia site.
Yeah.
So I don't even know where you read the rules for teams, and like I said, they may not even had them yet at that time. But once I found out, I had to move them all off, and I just joined random teams, and kind of the rest is history. But definitely,
Was
I
Blue
do
Bayou
not.
random?
No. Um, the initial 5 accounts that I started way back in day one, those were just random teams. I mean, I had my own account the team I actually created, and that's where I met Wreckmaster, he's on Cheap Tricks now, but once I got Discord and you started networking out and building up, and you learned about strong teams that were all merging together, the whole game changed. So from basically before I had Discord, it was just a time waster game. Once I got Discord and started communicating with the team members and everything else, it became completely different game.
Yep.
But kind of going off the topic there, as far as my accounts, once my main account got maxed out or near maxed, before they keep adding new stuff, there was no reason to keep grinding it. Once you kind of get near max, it's kind of a waste of time to keep building up coins and stuff you don't need. And so I focus more on my lower accounts. Now with mastery, it's kind of reverted back. Now my main account gets most of my time unlocking all the masteries, and my lower accounts, like most of them, haven't unlocked hardly any masteries. So my thinking, unless they keep adding more and more stuff to it, is eventually my main account will kind of get to where it's maxed again, and then I can start focusing on my lower accounts again. But no, there'll be weeks where I might get like 20 or 30 KMs on a couple of my accounts because I was grinding to unlock, like this last one, I had to grind 4 of my accounts to unlock the glider.
Yeah, of course.
So I unlocked it.
Which
I bought it
still
on a
don't
couple of
have.
accounts. I unlocked it on a couple accounts when it first came out by buying it with a VIP on one and the premium pass on the other. And then the other 4 accounts, I just grinded the Canyoneer, getting all the stars so I could unlock legendary chest. And all 4 of those accounts required 5 chests to get it. So I don't know. I don't know about that whole 15% chance of getting it because I was 0 for 16 in all those chests I opened. So, but
I heard of
no,
one
it
person
definitely
getting it on
varies.
the first chest.
I read some people doing it, so I'm sure it is. What I compared it to is if you roll a dice, there's a 6-sided dice. A 1 in 6 chance is about the same. It's like a 16% chance. So it's about the same as a 15% chance.
Yep.
So you need a particular number. I'll just say the number 6. It's like rolling the dice 16 times and never getting the number 6. That's equivalent to what happened with me opening 16 chests and never getting the glider.
Yep.
But
It's unlucky.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. But eventually I got them all unlocked. But during those several weeks, those accounts were my main focus because I had to get that glider. It was so important for like 3 events in a row.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it made a huge difference if you didn't have it.
Yep. It was like the after the
At least
mastery of
10,000.
yeah,
At least
it was
10,000
like
points difference.
after the mastery of the Moonlander where you could get an easy 15. You know, it was like
Yeah,
if you
before
didn't have
they
mastery.
nerfed it.
Yeah, before they nerfed it. You know, if you didn't have it, you didn't get it. Full stop. It was like, oh yeah. So yeah, very very interesting. Very very interesting. So do you have multiple devices, or is it just?
I do to an extent. I don't have, like I said, with the 6 accounts, I don't have 6 different devices that I use. I use Android tablets, and within Android, it has the built-in feature multiple users. And
Yep.
when you create another user, you log in, and it's a whole new. I don't know how to properly
Kind of a
explain it,
shell.
but
It's kind of like a
yeah.
shell.
So it's on the
Right.
same hardware, but when you install, say, Hill Climbs Racers, it starts at the very beginning, and you go through the basic tutorial and all
Yep.
the
Yep.
the
Yep. Yep.
demo,
Yep.
like you
Yep.
did a fresh install, and then I link that to my FSID, and so it's very easy to move it from one device to another.
Yep.
In fact, right now I'm doing this podcast on a brand new tablet. I haven't set anything up on it yet, but
Yep.
um,
Yep. Cool. Cool.
so yeah, but it's limited to 5 accounts, and I think that's a Android limit,
Possibly.
or it may be a hardware limit. I've never tried it. My plan is to do it when on this new tablet eventually, get everything moved over. But yeah, they're starting to bog down, just because I've had them for so long.
Yeah.
And I like an 8-inch Android tablet. It's a perfect size, bigger than a phone, so you can see things, but not like a full size, like an iPad. I can fit it in my back pocket when I get up and walk out the room and stuff like that. But they don't make hardly any
8
that are
inches
a
is the
high
perfect
end.
size, you reckon?
Yeah, it's like an iPad Mini, but the iPad Mini you can only have one account on it. So I need it to be Android. So I bought some from China over the last several years, different versions. And the one I just got, it's a Lenovo Legion. It's a high end. It's got 16 gigs of RAM, 512 gigs of solid state drive.
Solid state drive. Yeah.
Nice.
So that's this is planning to be my for the next 5 years. This will be my gaming tablet once I get it set
Yeah.
up and
Yeah.
configured. But yeah, for me, it's more about having the space to do videos to help out teammates,
Yep.
and then to obviously take screenshots and stuff. And when you have 5 accounts on one tablet, Discord and the game and everything else, it starts eating up the space pretty fast.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, fair enough. Fair enough.
I've got a quick question. Because you have so many devices on the same tablet, have you created a new Discord account for those devices, like for those accounts? Because you're on
No,
different teams
they
with all
all
accounts.
they all use the same Silk42 account, and then I'll do the subtext, so it'll be Silk42 2, Silk42 3, Silk44, So it makes it easy to know which account it is, and versus posting screenshots and they're all named the same. Well, which team is that one on? So, because originally I made them all the same name, but then people are thinking I'm jumping teams. I was like, no, that's my other account. There was no way to really tell a difference unless you went and clicked and saw their license, which way back in the beginning you couldn't view other players' license.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
but a lot of things have changed. A lot of the newer players would have a hard time understanding some of the differences that have changed over the years without having to go through it. But
I think one of those changes was being able to see the vehicle GP at the bottom of each car, like what the GP was for each car.
yeah, and when that first happened, only you could see it. And
Yep.
then, like I said, they made it available on the license so the other players could see.
Yep.
Because I remember when we were recruiting players back in the day, you had to have them take screenshots to see what their driver's license looked like, to see what their GP was, see how many cars were unlocked, And now it makes it a lot easier to, kind of track that down. What's not available, and although I do expect at some point there'll be a way to do it, is you can't view masteries. So when you're trying to recruit somebody, like, well, how many masters have you unlocked? There's really no way to know unless they go through each vehicle, click on it, and then they show you. So I won't be surprised if there will be a tab or something that shows masteries, 30 out of 40 are unlocked or something like that. But as of right now, it's not.
Yeah, because having mastery doesn't affect your GP.
No.
So there's nothing.
It's hard to know.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
But it is a game difference. If you had a player that had both the same GP, but one had all the masteries and one had none, there'll be a huge difference in their score at the end of the day.
Just the extra.
I mean, I noticed it. Yeah, I noticed it on my own accounts. Like I just can't compete. It'll be like a 10K score difference.
Just the extra part on most of them is enough to make a difference.
Yep.
And then over and above that, most of them have got some sort of rev surge or speed factor.
Yeah, the bus starting with half parts and
Yep.
Moonlander having the extra thrusters and the ones that have longer fuel.
Yep.
Fuel consumption. Yeah, they all will add up.
Very much so. Yeah, very cool. So do we want to start on the community questions, I suppose, is the next question?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who wants to start on the community questions?
Oh, you
choose.
You choose. Just throw them out there.
All right, I will.
All right. Well, I think that a girl should ask the first question. No, I'm joking. I'll ask the first one, and it's from the Empire server from Hulkster. I'd like to know, how do you manage all those accounts? Do you still play consistently on all of them now that Mastery has ruined a lot of? I'll start with Silk.
Well, definitely Mastery has changed it. With all my accounts, I don't think I've mentioned it here on this podcast yet. I've been on CC Division teams, but for the last several years, I've focused keeping all my accounts on lower division teams, mostly Division 1. But I've had some teams that they'll reset, so I'll go to Division 7 and kind of work my way up through it. With that being said, most of the other players in Division 1 and lower teams, they aren't playing with maxed accounts with all the GPs, and obviously the skills as well. So I don't usually need to, I'd say, run every single ticket I can to try to put up a tough, a high end score. Usually, just running a couple sets of tickets is enough for most of my accounts to post, like a top 10 score and be done. So that definitely helps. there's sometimes when one of my accounts won't have a vehicle unlocked, like the glider, unfortunately. And it'll take more effort to try to figure out what I need to do to get a decent score on that account. But for the most part, it's one of those situations where, as a player of this game, most of your time spent is actually trying to figure out how to run each stage. And once you figure that out, it doesn't take much time or effort to go back and run another ticket. So for me, once I figured it out, no matter which account I'm on, then I just have to repeat that, on the other accounts, go through, I already know what parts work best for me, and I can run them, and generally I can scroll through them pretty quickly. So unless for some reason I'm trying to grind KMs or trying to unlock, like the glider, where I needed to get a bunch of legendary chests, it doesn't take too long to go through several accounts and get a team event score. I don't know if that answers it, but I don't have a set pattern day to day on how I play the accounts. But definitely every 2 days, I try to log into every single account and make sure I've put in a team score. And I use the same Discord for all my accounts, so it makes it easy. If I missed one, somebody can send me a DM or post something, ping me and let me know, hey, you're going to score this event. Because there are some teams, like Wasted Aces in Division 1, where we're constantly on that bubble of getting promoted to the CC division. So there's several times where we'll purposely, I don't know if you want to call it tank, but we'll hold back on our scores. So there's several times where I just join it and don't even run a ticket because we're trying not to score too many points.
Yep.
So and because I have multiple accounts, it doesn't bother me to skip it. If that was my only account, I'd be like, man, I don't want to just sandbag every single week. I want to actually play and have fun. And so because I have multiple accounts, that doesn't bother me. So
yeah.
But
see, and you don't have to sandbag on my team. That's the beauty of it.
I definitely don't carry that team.
Yeah, we got our tricky ticky Tom.
Awesome.
So,
how about you, AGirl?
so
Do you remember the question?
I have to say I don't concur with Hulkster. I wouldn't say that mastery has ruined it for my alts, because kind of, and I think Silky is the same way. I kind of like building them and growing them, and the integration of mastery, to me, only just kind of gave me more reason to play again. Because before, I mean, all my accounts were pretty high. I was pretty maxed out. And there was like, oh, well, I really don't care about KM. I really don't care about that. I just want to play team events and public events. But then they came out with Mastery, and then it's like, okay, gosh, I hate this vehicle, but I got to run it 24/7 trying to get this Mastery done. So now I find that I'm trying to build all my alts rather equally, so that I'm trying to be fair to all the teams I'm on.
Yep.
Yeah.
The only one that has an advantage, obviously, is my main, because I got to look out for my team. But all my alts, I try and keep them all equal as possible, because sometimes they'll be like, "Well, I don't want your fourth account. I want your second account," and it's like, but my fourth account just beat my second account the last two matches. I mean, they're very competitive with each other. I mean, my hill climbing alts, or I kind of give them their own little identities, and they all compete. So I mean, there's none that just is that sucky little underdog. All of them, they're all very competitive, and I like to treat them like they're all different people. They're just carry on with their own identity.
Because they're all, none of them have. I mean, my alt is called either Gemini for twin, as opposed to AusNZEVA. But none of your
Mhm.
account names actually relate to each other.
No, no. They're really kind of random. I mean, there was reasons. There's reasons for all of them actually, but yeah,
Do tell.
I think that's actually one of the questions that somebody asked.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
We'll
save
let,
it
we'll
then.
let that go. We'll let that go.
Mhm.
Did you want to ask the next question, JR?
Question is from Jay Hay. He has a few very nice questions. Thank you for all of your questions, Jay Hay. So for both, his first question is talk about a memorable moment you had in the game. Silk, please go first.
And so the question was a memorable moment that I had in the game. I think probably, I know it goes back a little ways, but when I first started team events, 10K was the max you could get on any one stage. That was kind of always the goal. For every stage, you try to watch videos and figure out what you need to do to get 10K. For me, I didn't consider myself that skilled, so but the first time I got 10K, that would probably be what I would consider one of the memorable moments. I never got 40K in a full team event. I got like 39 something at one point where I was so close to it. And then now at these new events, I mean, I know the last one somebody got 75K on, but I don't even,
Yeah, a couple people did.
yeah, I don't even imagine trying to get a perfect score now since they changed the scores. Um, But that's probably I would say the most memorable one.
Do you remember what kind of event it was when you got a 10K? Like, is it a wheelie event or time attack or?
The first time, yeah, I think it was a wheelie, and I'm sure it
Oh,
had to have been one with the dune buggy because that's really the only one I'm very good at. So, and then later on, it became more and more standard with the moon. I've usually had really good results with the moon stuff. Stunt coins I liked. I know a lot of people hated it because it was so monotonous. Just keep jumping and flipping and jumping and flipping. But I liked it because it was pretty easy to get, 10K back then.
Yep.
But I think they did away with that. They did away with the soccer one, which I didn't like, but it was very random how the ball would bounce and whether it'd go in the goal or over the goal. But I never really liked it. I was glad when they got rid of that. But no, I don't remember exactly which one it was that I got the 10K on to be. I just remember it was like a huge thing. I was like, oh, I finally got 10K.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so what about you, AGirl? What's your most memorable moment in the game?
I have to say my most memorable moment was a lot more emotional than that. I kind of like what I was mentioning earlier about my Grogu, right? I had a time where AZ Street, who's on my team, he plays on my team. He fell into a coma, and of course he's my hubby. So I was rather distraught. And Kicking Asphalt team was where one of my alts was. And one day I'm playing and I get a ring at my door and I have all these gift baskets because the Kicking Asphalt team all got together. Pastor, Disco, RT, Kinetics. I think he's eat my rubber now, but I think he was just a different rubber at that time. Negan. Bojack, Bohica, all amazing people. They all got together and they got all these gift baskets for me and for my husband to take to the hospital. And I really couldn't take him to the hospital because he was, in a coma and there was COVID at that time. But it just made me realize how this game can affect people and how it brings so many people together at such a level that I really have never gotten from Zynga Spades.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Mm.
this is, I was just amazed. I was blown away. I did not expect that. That is going to be a memorable moment in my life forever, and I have deep respect for all of them, even if a couple of them might hate me right now. And they know who they are.
of them.
Well,
That's
just
very thoughtful.
I really like that question. So, JR, what's your most memorable moment?
When I was asked to join the podcast, because it's
Ah!
because you've known me for a
as a
while,
guest,
as a host.
as a host, nice.
Yeah. What
It
about you,
started when
Pete?
I was. Mhm.
Most memorable would be the Oz and Z merge because I'd gone from just a regular player to all of a sudden leading a team,
Oh,
and that
wow.
was a pretty good pretty good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, very cool.
good memorable moment.
Yeah, very cool.
Mhm.
How about
And
you,
you,
Eva?
Eva?
Honestly, there's been a lot of memorable moments. And like a girl, it's kind of all about community stuff. Um, the podcast has been amazing. Meeting people in real life has been pretty amazing. And just the love and affection that you get from people that are in the community that just, I'm not saying they'll do anything for you, but they just they surprise you repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
You get repeatedly surprised by people from the community who do things that you just aren't expecting. Um, so yeah, that's been, I think for me, that's been the most memorable thing. Having friends around the world who, the only reason I know them is because of a game that I play on my phone.
Mhm.
That is pretty cool. So yeah, that's for me is the memorable bit.
Awesome. It's so awesome. Pete, you were about to say something?
No, I just said nice.
Yeah.
Next one, Jackrabbit.
Sure. And the second question, with HCR3, are you gonna have multiple accounts in that game also? Silk, what do you think?
Well, when I moved from the original HCR to HCR2, I haven't played the original HCR game since. So I can only imagine if 3 comes out and it's something I find to be fun, or more fun than what we're currently playing, then my guess is I would quit playing one. I can't imagine playing both of them actively, and I definitely can't imagine playing both of them with multiple accounts. So it's probably one or the other. But I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure when they first started talking about 3 that it wasn't going to be similar to 2 as far as like the team orientation and competitiveness. So my thinking or my prediction is that I probably won't even play 3. But
Okay.
who knows when or if it comes out? We'll have to wait and see.
Yep.
Well, the crazy thing about 3, and this is what I go on about all the time. Number 1 hasn't just stopped. Like they didn't release 2 and then number 1 just sat there and languished. They've been upgrading and updating 1 while building 2 and upgrading 2. So if they do 3, I don't think they'll do that again with 2 either. So I honestly think if we stayed with 2, we would have something to play, and if we moved to 3, we'd have something to play as well. So I can't see one being better than the other. I think it would be different to the other, but not better than the. Does that make sense?
No, I understand.
Mm,
It's just for me, from going from the original HCR to HCR2, I found HCR2 to be more enjoyable, and so
yeah.
there was a reason to move. So
Hmm.
for me to do the same with 3, it would have to be better. Than I'd have to find more enjoyment out of it. I'm not going to do it just for the sake of having another account to have to mess with.
Yeah. No. No. Agreed with that. Agree with that. Indeed. Hmm. Hmm.
So
Well,
let's
my
move.
thoughts were on 3 that there's so many old players that have gotten burnt out on 2 and left, like Andy. I don't know if you remember Andy.
I know who that name is from, though.
He was a really good player. He's friends with AGirl BU, aka Black Widow, who's currently on Cheap Tricks, and Bam, who's also on Cheap Tricks. He was a phenomenal player, phenomenal. But he got out of it because he just kind of got bored with it, and he's waiting for 3. So, maybe if 3 comes out, he'll get back into the game.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
there's a few people I know like that I
Yep.
think they're just waiting for for something different, right? Negan, Disco, I think a lot of them are all waiting for the next one to come out. But me personally, I have so much invested in these 4 accounts that I can't
Yeah.
see me just saying bye to them.
Yeah.
So.
Agreed. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I stick around. I quite like it, but and most of what I play HCR2 for now is just the team events.
Yeah.
And then I do my mastery when I need to and all that sort of stuff. But I really just switch the game on to play the team event, and then maybe a little bit of background just to keep myself occupied while I'm waiting for a meeting to start, or I'll play while we've got a meeting on at work. I didn't say that out loud, did I? So
During the podcast.
During the podcast, working on my XP, yeah. No, so it's a very convoluted reason for me to stop playing it completely. Would be a very convoluted reason. Do we want to move on? And I'll ask a question from Russ, and we might go back to a couple of those from Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
do that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is a question from Russ. Pho or Pho, if you're Vietnamese. Pho King Balls.
Pho King.
Yeah. Pho or Pho. Which Fingersoft glitch drives you poking nuts that hasn't been fixed?
I don't know of any current ones. I'll be
Really?
honest. I don't think I'm good enough to recognize the glitches. Is that a glitch, or did I just suck? It might have just been a bad run. I don't know.
There's one that I picked up a few times from completing the season this season, and that is on the Parkway Driving Cup. On the first track, there is a section where you're going really fast, and you're like 50 meters from the finish line. You just get stuck in the ground.
Yep.
That got me several times. I wish they'd fix that.
Yeah, and there's a few glitches. There was a few glitches with the motorbike, the motocross that I was having when I was doing mastery on that. But that robbed a couple of gems from me for keeping my streak going.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be a bummer.
Yeah. What about you, Silk?
There's a few. I don't know if they're considered glitches or not, but there's a few things that I've really drives me crazy. One of them is in the what do they call it? Where you hit the ball with the stick in the public event.
The cricket one.
That one, I hate that the ball. To me, the ball should not be allowed to roll backwards. I think it should whenever it rolls and it stops, and sometimes it does, but
I think he's
the
rolling
ones
and
where
rolling
it
and
lands on a
rolling.
hill and then it starts rolling backwards and it takes like 30 seconds for it to stop.
Right.
One, it's wasting a ton of time, and two, it saves the distance to where it landed. So to say, like 400 meters, but it rolls back 50 meters, and that's where you have to hit it from. So you actually lost 50 meters while it's rolling. So in my opinion, that I don't know if, like I said, if that's a glitch or not, but they need to make it to where the ball is not able to roll backwards at all. Like once it lands, it either
100%
rolls
agree.
forward or it just stops. So, but like I said, I don't know if that's a glitch.
So you're saying like they should simulate that the ball has Velcro on it and it just kind of sticks in place.
I don't know. It'd
Like
just
those.
be like in
No,
football, or the
say
No one.
ball,
it's
you know,
running on
you
empty
run forward,
fuel.
it
Can
stops
I just
with your
say,
forward progress.
no one likes furry balls.
Don't tell Wookiee that.
So actually, I
Uh,
don't know if that's a glitch. A couple of the other ones is the rock bouncer. Whenever you get on like a log, or basically anything that's like one of the bridges that raises and lowers, like it like completely loses traction.
yep.
I don't know
Yep.
if
Yep. Yep.
you get, yeah. So like I said, I don't know if that's a glitch or if that's supposed to be that way. And I know there's some mastery items coming up where it's got like hard tires or something like that. So maybe that'll fix that. But that's always annoyed me. And then the
Well,
other
I, I
one,
I disagree with that mastery, to be honest, because the whole selling point of the rock bouncer was the soft tires, and
yeah,
the
but
soft
the reason
tires.
for the tires is so you grip better.
Yeah,
But yet when you drive on a log, all of a
it doesn't
sudden you
grip at
lose
all.
you
Or a
lose
girder.
complete traction.
Yeah, or a girder. Yeah.
So
Hmm.
I don't know. And then the other one, and I don't think it's a glitch because it's never been fixed, but is the dune buggy has no power at all when you try to go in reverse. Like pretty much any
Yeah.
other vehicle, if you have to back up a hill, you can. But with the dune buggy, for whatever reason, it just you gotta like get a huge amount of momentum to drive backwards. And I don't
Yep.
know if that's trying to
Because
replicate a
it
real dune
bounces.
buggy or it's
Because it's
just
so light, it just bounces.
yeah, I don't know. But if they're trying to make it realistic, it's like, well, why does a motorcycle back up? Because in real life, the motorcycle doesn't even have reverse. But in the
Yeah.
game, you can
True.
back
Exactly.
up a hill just fine. So I'm not sure the reason why, but that's always annoyed me. It was more
Mm.
during the stunt coins when I'm trying to back up to get a magnet.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, a
Yeah.
fuel can. And since they don't have that anymore, it's not as big of a deal. But I hated that when I couldn't back up to get it because there's just no power with reverse.
Yep.
But it has been like that from day one, and it's never been talked about or fixed. So, like I said, I don't even know if it's considered a glitch. I guess it's just the way it's made, but it's annoying.
Yeah. 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 And then he also asked about whether you guys had considered retiring accounts due to mastery. But you guys have kind of already answered that already.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
don't think Silky and I think we're both addicts. You know, we have here in Arizona, we have this HCR2 Anonymous group.
And then I think this is a question just for you, AGirl. It says, since I live in Utah, I have to ask, is Blue Bayou merely a racing team, or did you blow
Um,
all those Mormon boys at Brigham Young University?
Such a PG question, huh?
I know, I know. So I'm happy that I've
So
asked you and you don't have to answer it and I'll just bleep it out.
that's so funny. You know, well, so the high school that I went to a high school out here in Arizona that I was like one of 6 kids that was not Mormon. So
Oh
that's
wow.
probably where that comes from because Utah and Arizona, we have a very high Mormon population. But I
Right.
have to say, I really really respect the Mormon community. But I myself am not Mormon.
Yep.
So my time in Utah, which I did go to Utah, was spent somewhere else, but not at Brigham Young University because I think you have to be Mormon to go there.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. So the short answer to that is no.
No. Mm.
Pete, after you.
yes. There's a question from Rex here, but I'm pretty sure we've already gone through this. Who said having multiple accounts? Have you been able to keep up with masteries on all your accounts? Have you lost your alts focus? Yeah, we've sort of already gone through that one, so I'll move on to Cap A's question. He says, Wookie, why do you have a different name for each account? And if you didn't know, Wookie is a girl.
And that's kind of how it started, right? So my main account is AGirl, Blue Bayou. So that was my way of saying, hey, I'm a girl, I'm racing, and I'm driving, and I'm kicking butt, right? But then I got on kicking asphalt, and then we've had some challenges where I don't know if y'all have ever done this, but we would uh, get on the voice chat and play public event together.
Yep.
Yes,
And
in a
yes.
big way. It was so fun.
You know, some of the guys, we would be on voice chat, and then their significant others would hear me talking, and then, then they're having to explain, and it got really dramatic. So I thought, not just, I mean, voice chat kind of came to an end because of that. Some people,
Chatting.
it's just kind of, yeah, it got kind of like, oh, this isn't worth it, but it's fun, but it's not worth it. But I got to thinking about the names I was naming my accounts, and how some people just may not be comfortable on my team solely because I'm a girl, and not because they're a hater, but because they don't want to cause any challenges in their real life. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't either. Um, so I started to come up with more ambiguous names. Um, and, I figure, this way, I'm not adversely affecting anybody, right? So, incognito, obviously, I was being incognito. So that was how that came about. It was just incognito's incognito. Um, Incognito had changed his name at one time to Chaotic, and the reason being was during that incident where I said AZ Street had gone into a coma. At the same time, my kitchen flooded, and I was just like, "Oh my gosh, my life is chaotic right now." Oh, that would make a good name. I don't know why.
That's a lot.
Was thinking I do, and I'm like, oh, that would make a good name. I'll make it chaotic. And then Burn Rubber and Kinetics got mad at me, thinking that it had something to do with chaos, which is totally different. Chaos with a K was from Get Smart, but at that time I didn't have the patience to deal with that. I just said no, it was chaotic because
Yeah.
that was where my life was at. Um, and then I came up with Wookie because we turned into the Empire, right? So I was like, oh, has to have something to do with the whole Star Wars, universe. So I need something Star Wars. And then I got to thinking about it. I'm like, Wookiee was from the Rebellion. He really wasn't from Empire. And I don't know why I'm always saying this is the way, because Wookiee wasn't Mandalorian, but it's probably the geek in me that keeps picking it apart, but I like Wookiee. So I just made it. And then my let's see, my other one, which one did I oh, EC Chief. The reason why EC Chief has his name is because Coffee Totin' Unicorn was just too long to have for a name.
Didn't fit.
It didn't fit, so I just kept it with Chief.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
damn.
good. So, because you have all these different names, I noticed you said he a couple of times. Does that mean that your accounts have different personalities?
Yeah, they do. They
Yeah.
absolutely do. I mean, they're all kind of sarcastic and somewhat smartasses and try and crack jokes all the time, but yeah, they do. I think they kind of
That's
blend in
good.
with the team culture, depending on the team I'm in, right?
Yep. That's good.
Uh, that's hilarious because when I joined Team Cat as Eva, Tessa
Mhm.
said to me, "Just be careful. People are gonna send you
Hit on
marriage
you.
requests, marriage
Yeah.
requests, right?" And I thought she was kidding, but she wasn't. She was
No.
true. It was
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was just hilarious. I'm like, oh my god. But even then, I just thought, you know what? I don't care. Um, And I'll happily tell
Mhm.
anybody that I'm not a girl.
Mhm.
You know, as soon as they start chatting, I'm like, oh, I'm not a girl.
No, well, she's our guest, so you can't be her.
Yeah, no, I boom, 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 boom. There you go. So yeah, I hear, and I don't play up to it, but or anything like that. But it's just hilarious that people just think, oh, because your name is that you know, whatever. You know, you just get people get jealous about it. It's like don't worry about it. You know, it's a
Mhm.
game in
Yeah.
a name. It's a game in it's a name
The
in a
name
game.
it again.
Yeah, it's a name in a game. Like really, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah. Well, it
I,
even gets awkward sometimes because sometimes I'll have someone, I know they're like probably 17 or something, and they're like flirting and it's like, oh, you don't want to flirt with me. I could be your mama. You don't want to flirt with me. um, but
You
yeah,
never
it's
they
awkward
might
because
want
you just
that.
don't know. They're on the internet, so if they're not seeing you, they don't know you're older. They don't know you're young. You don't know who you're talking to. You could
No,
be
you don't.
thinking you're talking to a 30-year-old guy, and you find out it's actually like some 70-year-old old lady or something, and you're like, ooh.
Yep,
So
yep.
you just don't know.
No, no, you just don't know. I was talking to Bandit only about this the other day.
Oh, bandit.
Bandit said he asked Ollie out for pizza because he was going to be in the same state as him, and he said, "Mate, I'm only 17. At the time, I'm only 17. I don't think so." So that was a no. And I said, "Well, I was chatting to a guy in our photography forum, and we'd been talking about star trails and nighttime skies and taking photos of long exposures and everything else. And I said, "Oh, where you are? Where are you? You're in Adelaide. Oh, I come to Adelaide 3 or 4 times a year. I could pack the bag, bring some tripods. We could go out to the middle of nowhere and do some star trails." And he turned around and he said, "I'm only 15."
Right?
And I
So you
went,
gotta be careful.
I'm like, "That's great. You can bring your dad or your mum or both." um, maybe we shouldn't do that at all. Yeah. Look over there. Because I was proposing to take him to the middle of nowhere where it's dark and there's no cell reception. You know, to
It
shoot up.
almost sounds like you're creepy, right?
Yeah,
Accidentally.
all of a sudden you're the creepy guy. Um, so yeah, very 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 crazy out there. So yeah. Anyway, um, your question, Jr.
question from Cap Ace question. This is a question from Bojack. Still with AGirl. He wants to know, each of your account is now a character on a TV hit show about a bunch of roommates living together. Which one is the cute one, the funny one, the smart one, or the strong one?
I think he was watching reruns of the Monkeys at that time. This is smart. Bojack, just tell Bojack he's just got to get his butt back on my team. I mean, I'm sure Bohica misses him. I miss him. We need Bojack. We need RT back. RT came on your show, by the way, got
He
famous,
sure
and
did.
he left us. And he left us just like
Ah,
that. Boom. But honestly, I think I would have to say Wookiee's a cute one because he's furry, right? So, how could you not think Wookiee's cute? Funny would have to be Incognito because he's incognito, so he could get away with saying whatever he wants to say. Um, I'm gonna have to say Chief is smart because that's kind of what Chiefs are known for, except for me, but most of the time, most of them. And strong, I'm going to say a girl because, hey, I'm a girl.
and the leader of the team, so you have to be strong.
Yes, right? So,
Hmm.
so that's how I would categorize them. And I am a
Perfect.
monkey, you know.
Oh, Eva,
No,
it's now
very
your
cool.
turn.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So this is a question from Devastator. Big shout out to Devastator. What makes you proud to play on the Empire team? We'll start with you, Silk.
My main account started its own team, but then it eventually got onto the. I don't want to go through the whole history just because there's so much to talk about. But my main account, how it eventually got there, all these different teams merging and moving along, is what became Empire. And just all the steps and all the years and all the different things that happened to make it happen. It's like one of those like 1 in a million chances that all these things would actually happen to get to that point.
So
And then to eventually become, the number one team in HCR for a few months. Not that I had anything to do with that because my accounts weren't on that number one team, but to be associated with it, it was kind of a big deal. Like when you talk to other teams and you say you're on Empire, like almost anybody you talk to knows who you're talking about.
Yep.
Some of these other teams that I have accounts on, like they're gonna be like, oh, I've never heard of that team. What division are they in? What country do they play for? Different things like that. So
Yep.
to be associated with Empire, and then their Discord server. In fact, the original Discord server that they're on, me and another guy were the ones that built that server.
Wow.
So it's kind of a I don't know, a feather in my cap to know that
That's very cool.
That I had a big part in how it got to where it is, but yeah, we created separate servers when we did merges, and it's fun getting to meet with a lot of these people and talking with them, and it's definitely it's a whole different aspect it's linked to the game, but has nothing to do with the game. Like It's all done through Discord mostly, but it's all done outside of the game itself. But you're doing it because of the game, and it's the whole reason we're on this podcast right now is because of it. So it's pretty neat.
Well, I mean, let's face it. If the in-game chat was actually any good, we wouldn't have had Discord.
Yes, that's correct.
To a certain extent, definitely. I don't know with the video sharing and the screenshots and that stuff that you would probably still want Discord or something similar to be able to share that. But definitely the day-to-day chatting, if it would be better, yeah, definitely.
Because I remember when I was before I joined Team Cat, I was on a team that was not on Discord, and getting to chat to the leader to start a new match was like drawing teeth. Like you'd have to wait for him to be on, then you'd have to wait for this, then you'd have to wait for that, then and it'd just be like, we just want to play the match. So this was when there was no other co-leaders; it was just him as the leader. And that was one of the reasons why I started looking for another team, because I enjoyed playing the team events. And, we were missing out on playing the team events, and there was no direction for the team at all. There was only a couple of people that were really playing it, well, and, trying to do better every event. So, yeah, it was a very, very trying time for me. So hence me looking elsewhere for someone who was playing in a team that had a bit more, and that's when I joined Discord. So yeah. What about you, AGirl?
So for me, I guess there's two things. One, again, there's a lot of people that were from Kicking Asphalt, which I love that team, that have since moved on to what is now Empire. So I still get to play with them, and it's kind of makes it feel like I never left home per se.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but then at the same time, there's been other teams that I've been on, and players come and go, and then they come onto this team too. So there's other players that I've met, and sometimes I get an identity crisis, and I don't know who knows them. It's like, does the Wookiee me know them, or does the InCOGnITO me know them? I don't know where I know them from, but I know them. Especially in CC, because the players seem to move around and help each other a lot. But I get to play with a lot of really talented players like Gio and You Lose Again and Dez and Mag and Flip and Foking and Zebra and all them. J Hay, Speedy J, Jaxie, all them. They're all very very talented, and I kind of see myself, well, at least before Mastery came out. I think I was like, don't go below this if you want to stay on the team. I was like that caboose, that bottom rung. If you went below me, you're probably going to wind up on like Empire 3
Cutting
or
room
4
floor.
or
Yeah.
5.
Cutting room
Yeah.
floor.
Yeah. So it's like stay over Wookie. You got to be over Wookie. Get over Wookie. But then Mastery came out. So now I'm kind of in the middle almost, so and it's weird because this is an alt, but I'm trying to keep up with the masteries and as much as I can, and
Yeah.
trying to stay competitive, the best of my
Yeah.
ability.
Nice. Nice. All right. And then this is a question. Question for Wookie. Question for Wookie. If Dev, RT, and Hulkster did a pin-up calendar, would you buy it?
Yes.
Well, okay, that was a great question. I had fun answering that one. Actually, I had a hard time stop laughing. So first of all, I want to make it clear. You need at least 14 models for that calendar because you need December for the prior year and you need January for the following year. So you need to add 11 more people onto that calendar. But I think, right? I mean, I'm right? I mean, you can't just have 3, right? You got to have 14. So get 14 people. I think that would be a really great idea to have some of the, how do I put it, the calendar of longtime hill climb players being goofy on a calendar would be hilarious. I'd love it. Yeah, I'd buy it.
I've got a friend who got a calendar for his wife made up. It was like a sexy fireman shoot, but he
Mhm.
superimposed his face on all the bodies. And they actually had
Nice.
it up all year round. It was good.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh.
Funny.
Hmm.
I'd buy the
All right.
calendar to a dozen calendars.
I thought you would.
Only because Hulkster's in it.
Okay, hang on. I I would like to scroll down because this is a question, like a last minute question, something like that. It is from Mose from Empire 2. He would like to ask if you could make one merge happen between any 2 or more teams, which team would it be and why? A girl, please answer first. Please go ahead first.
If I could merge teams, I think I would like for one. I mean, I think the teams would have to have 100 people on. If you have like 100 players, then that would be a lot better. But with just 50, I think I would like to merge Empire, Cheap Tricks, and Blue Bayou all together. But I say that loosely because I'm really not into merging with Blue Bayou. I really like it to be one team, one fight. Everybody just kind of plays together, win, lose, or die, right? I mean, we're all together. I like that team camaraderie rather than going up and down the ladder. That's just, I look at gaming like a family. But
So
I
you're
think if
Blue
I were
Bayou.
to do it, those would be the 3.
Yeah,
And then I'd have
yeah.
and then I'd have an account free to go somewhere else.
And you, Silk, which teams would you like to merge?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I did not prepare these questions in advance, so that's kind of one of those I almost need time to think about. But I would like to see the Germany team that's always finishing dead last in the CC division, merge with some Division 7 team, just to get them out of there. Because to me, that's messing up the system. Always having them, because obviously the teams that match them always get like 4K points, and they don't have to do anything. But the top teams are never matching against them because of the way the rankings work and the matching works. So it's like unfair. You get a lot of teams that stay higher in points than they should. So it really has nothing to do with Germany. It's just more about with FS and how they run it. But at least it would get that team out of there for a while.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Yeah, so his next question is, who is your favorite HCR2 YouTuber at the moment? And do you have a YouTube channel yourself? AGirl?
Oh, well, YouTuber. Can I have two favorites?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay. So I just can't pick one. Because, and I say this because, I am in Empire, so I don't want Verishek to hate me. but I have to say, Vocope takes the time to tell us, just average players what to do, because without Vocope like saying, hey, brake here or hit the gas here, I don't think my scores would be nearly as good as they are. Bless his heart.
Yeah,
so
agree.
the two of them
The
are the ones I
tutorial
watch.
videos are amazing.
Yeah, I really appreciate Vocope's tutorials, but I admire Verishek's skill. So
Yep.
Do you have a
he,
YouTube yourself?
Verishek has a way of making things that seemed easy more difficult. I've noticed that. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but when we had that last event, I was like, "Oh, well, this should be easy, just jumping." And then I saw how Verishek did it, and I'm like, "Well, that made that a lot more complicated."
Hmm.
So do you have a
Um,
YouTube channel yourself?
Oh, I don't have a YouTube. No, I'm just, I guess, semi-popular by affiliation is what I guess. No, if I had a YouTube channel, it would be "Don't do this, do anything but that,"
What
or
not to do.
"Oops, I did it again." Maybe "Oops, I did it again." I never have tickets. I mean, you look at them; they have
Hang
like
on.
1,000
That's
tickets.
a good
I'm
name.
lucky if I have
That's a good
one.
name for an alt.
Oops,
oops,
I
I did
did
it
it
again.
again.
Silk, who is your favorite YouTuber at the moment?
I don't know if, again, it's kind of like AGirl was saying. I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite, but I can say definitely Vocope and Verishak. Pretty much every single event, I'm gonna watch both of their videos. Verishak's are probably impressive because he's usually getting like a top score like on his first set of tickets. Vocope usually comes out like a few if after a few days, posting a how-to, a tutorial that's getting a similar score. But I think they all copy each other. They wait to see how the other one does it. Somebody will wait and see, Mono Victor and how he does something, and they'll all copy each other. But those two are the ones that I can pretty much guarantee I'll watch every single event. Mono Victor, I'll watch. It's impressive, but I know I can't usually replicate what he does, so there's really no point in me wasting my time. And then there'll be a lot of other lesser known YouTubers that I'll watch because they'll show how to get more, I guess, everyday player type of scores with not maxed out parts. I think every single event, Verishak has a maxed vehicle, maxed masteries, everything like that. I'm lucky to have one mastery, let alone all of them. And most of the time, my higher parts like Nitro, I'm only at level 2. Whereas he's doing his videos with max parts. So But it is impressive, like I said, for him to do it every single event, pretty much no matter what, whether it's a wheelie or a jump or thrusting, pretty much whatever it is. Like it's impressive for somebody to do that. I can't imagine the amount of time he actually spends, creating all these videos and testing it, and it's I give him kudos for that. As for myself, no, I do not have a YouTube video. I do make
Of course not.
videos.
You've got 6 accounts. You got no time for that.
Exactly.
Right.
But I do make videos that I'll put on my Discord teams. If there's something that I find that the rest of the team hasn't picked up on, I'll make a video and say, hey, this is what you need to do to be able to get a really good score on this particular stage. Like I was showing the glider, how you hit the ceiling to reset the wings. Obviously the CC division teams, they're sharing that and doing that. A lot of the lower level teams don't know about that. So
Yeah.
I'll make a video and kind of show them, here, you got to hit the front wheel onto the ceiling, and this is how you can do it. And it resets the wings, so you get like another 10 seconds to go, and it makes it easy. And once you show the players how to do it, then a lot of the other ones, it makes a big difference in their scores. But
Yep. Yeah. Because that was the difference between that was, but you'd get 9,000 without touching the roof, relatively easily, and you would get 14,000, 15,000 with touching the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very cool.
And his last question is for Silk. You have an extensive knowledge of the game. What would you change about it to make it better?
Well, there's so many things, but some of the basic things, I would definitely change the team, or I would say the divisions. The way, like, say, Division 1, the top 50 teams stay, the bottom 50 teams get relegated after the end of the season. To me, that's too many. Having half of the players leave. That should be more like the top 80 teams stay and the bottom 20 get demoted. I would also like to see there be a limit. So, like, you get team points every match. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier with Germany, like, they won't hardly get any points at all because they're not matching. Obviously, it gets auto matched, so they do a team event, but all the teams that play them get 4K points. So at the end of the season, they might have like 1,000 points. There should be a threshold. If you don't get as a whole team for the whole month at least 10,000 points, you get relegated 2 divisions and drop them all the way down to D2 to keep them from doing what they're doing. And there's other teams that do that too, but Germany's done it like from day one since they started doing that. So they're the ones that always doing it there. And I know they have a team in Division 1, and they just keep swapping the players each month so they can get the max points. The end of season rewards, points and coin or gems and coins, but it's not fair for the teams that should be a CC Division team, but they had bad matching, that they have to go back to Division 1. I think 80 teams is plenty. But
See, I
don't know.
Could you imagine if all the teams in CC did that? So there'd be no teams playing in CC because everyone's playing in Div 1.
Yeah, no. There's definitely ways to work the system. I've also thought, there should be a reward for winning the match. Whether it's a couple extra 100 points or 500 points, but something. But those that purposely lose by just a few 100 points so they get an easier match the next match, the couple 100 points doesn't make a huge difference in your ranking, but it makes a huge difference in who you play. So by losing a couple close matches, that's how you get some of these teams that, play the system and stay in the CC division. But everybody knows that they're not a top 50 team. If they truly tried against the top 50 teams, they wouldn't win, half the matches. But
technically, it's really there's a top 10 teams. You could almost say there's a top 5 teams. And then from top 5 down to 25, there's a very good, in terms of real teams. I'm not talking about the ones that play the system. So realistically, Division CC should be broken up into the top 20, the middle 60, and the bottom 20. Does that make sense?
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree that the concern with that is it would just be the same teams playing each other over and over and over, and some people get bored with that.
Yeah.
Although, even the way it is, because of the way the rankings work, it's already is kind of that way. You can pretty much guarantee those top 10 teams are going to play each other, and then who else they play is kind of random based on how they're doing. But it's based mostly on your win-loss record.
Yep.
And that's why the people will lose on purpose, so they don't have to match those top teams.
Yep.
But they lose close enough to where they keep their points high, their season points.
Yep.
So, but yeah, there's not a good way to change some of that stuff because they're always going to play the system.
Yeah.
But like you said, you take the teams at the bottom that are just they don't even try, and drop them down 2 divisions. All of a sudden, they can't keep doing that every season now because they got to build that team up 2 divisions now to get back there. So that's going to take care of that. And then you reward teams that win, a couple extra 100 points. Now you lose that close match, but it drops you 300-400 points. Now it makes a bigger difference. So it could still knock you out of the top 50. So there's some incentive to actually try. But those are some of the basic things. I mean, like I said, there's probably a whole list of things I could go through and want to change, but those are the ones that I think would affect the hardcore players that are actually, playing in the CC division and trying and there's constantly you can look in Division 1, like the top 20 teams in Division 1, like they're always those are CC quality teams. But because they knock the top 50 down every month, they just have to keep doing the same cycle over and over.
Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. Pete, your question?
Yeah, this one is from RT, and it is a question for Wookie, aka AGirl. Is RT actually as handsome and charming in person as he says he is?
I thought that was funny that he asked that question. So, well, I don't know what to say because, here he said he was
Yes or
famous.
no?
Here he said he was famous. He never gave me his autograph. He left my team. Should I compliment him now? But no. RT is a very classy, fit-looking guy. I'm married, so I don't know how much I want to say, but no, he's a very sophisticated, yet casual, classy kind of guy. So I really liked RT. I had a fun day with him. He came out and visited. It was really nice to get to know him. And I'm waiting for him to come back on our team.
Oh, there you go.
That's a yes. All right. So this one is for Silky Smooth. What team that you're on is your favorite team for being chill, and which is your favorite for being competitive?
Ooh, inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, put me on the spot. So pretty much all the teams I play on, I've been there for years, so it's hard to really say one team over another. But I would say Massholes is probably the team I interact with the most on Facebook. We'll have, communications and chats about all kinds of not even game related stuff, just life in general type stuff. So, but it's not the whole team. Like most teams, there's like individuals on the team that are a lot more social and interactive than others. That team just probably happens to have more that I relate with, and so we chat more on that team than a lot of the other teams. Empire has the biggest Discord server of all the teams I'm on. There's like always the little white dot in Discord saying there's new messages on Empire versus other teams. Like I could go like a day and nobody posts something on some of the teams I'm on. So they have the most, but because there's so many teams, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't really correspond or relate to what I'm dealing with. Like they might be chatting on adventure and how to get 4 million stars. I'm like, well, that's not really something I'm trying to get to, so I'll skip over that. Um, but they're probably the most competitive as far as the teams I'm on. I can pretty much guarantee if I'm looking for a secret trick on how to get a high score on a particular stage, I can go to the Empire server and I can find, lots of messages kind of giving you ideas on how to do it. Some of the other teams, there won't be anything posted for like 3 or 4 events in a row. And so it definitely does vary, but those teams are also more chill. So like I said, they're all fun teams I enjoy being with, so it's hard to really pick one over the other.
Yep.
I guess that's my answer.
Nice. I think that's Eva, is it? Eva's up.
So this is a question from Jaxie. What is your favorite public event? We'll start with Silk.
I've always been a huge fan of the moon events. I'm not
Yep.
sure why, but I think because of the lack of gravity, everything's just a little bit slower, which just fits my slower fingers, so it's easier for me. But whether it's the jumping event or the multi-jump, or they used to do the stunt coins, which they don't really do anymore. Even the speed racing events, like most of those, I can always get, like the 9 to 10 points for most of the events.
Yep.
So, like I said, it's just always been that way. I don't know why, but it just corresponds. Usually, the team events are the same way. I can usually get a pretty high score on the moon events. So the only thing I can think of is, like I said, I lack the skills for like multi jump on what you call the gravity, the gravity
Yeah.
maps.
The
I
normal
can get a
maps.
good one every now and then, but I don't have those skills that all the young kids seem to have. So
Yep.
I think that's why the moon fits me, is just everything. It just takes a little longer for your vehicle to drop back down, so it gives me the time to hit the stuff at the right time. And so I don't know if I'd say they're the most fun, because some of them they become kind of monotonous. Maybe it's better now with the bus mastery. But that I did always hate. I have to back up and knock the roof off and back up and knock all. So I like spend half my time getting the bus emptied, and then go and jump and thrust and go as far as I can. So,
The only
but yeah, I guess
downside to starting with the bus already with no roof and no passengers, though, is the bus doesn't break in half.
yeah, but I
As
never
in,
break it in half on the moon stuff, so it's not a big
oh,
deal
fair
for
enough.
me.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Interesting. All right. And what about you, AGirl?
Well, I'm gonna say, I like to geek out with my stat sheets. I'm kind of weird that way. So I kind of like it when we have speed events that are in the time trials so that I
Yep.
could practice them. So it's like, okay, I'm getting my butt whooped now. However, if I keep good stats and I check what parts work best for me, and then I could get better and gradually improve. So I find them motivating when I could kind of try and find a better way and do better
Yeah.
because I could keep practicing, right?
Yep.
So those are usually my favorite. And then also, me and my significant other, we are always competing, so
Yep.
on top of my alts, I'm competing with him too. So I always find them kind of fun. I like the wheelie ones too.
Fair enough.
And another one I
Yeah,
missed, I like
they're
that
really
I
good.
haven't, the one I liked, but I haven't seen in a while, was the one where you would race, but then you'd have to stop and get fuel and then go again or something.
Yeah.
You know what one I'm talking about? It's like, that one
Yeah,
was
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
cool
garage
because I
stop.
overshooting it.
the pit stop thing. I hated that
That's
Yeah.
one.
it.
You hated that one?
Yeah.
Can I just mention that the recent public event that was named Really Cool or something, whatever it was. I wonder if they've been listening to our podcast and thought, oh, what can we name this next wheelie event?
Mhm.
Hmm. That's one of our favourite little jokes.
JR, your question?
Okay, so this is one of my favorite questions for the podcast. Yes, this is from Russ. For both, what is your biggest talent outside of the game, and what are your favorite hobbies? A girl?
Well, I would have to say that, oh man, favorite talents that I could talk about on a podcast. Um, I'm gonna say it's probably my sketch artistry. A lot of I've traveled a lot, and as I meet cool people, I'll have a tendency to sketch them, and
Oh,
and I've met a lot of cool people and got to know some cool people better by sketching them. So there was one time I was out at a PAX terminal, and I saw this uh, Romanian guy that we had been sitting there for like 5 hours. So I started drawing him, and then he had gone behind me, and then he saw I was drawing him, and he was like, "You drew me." He got so impressed. And it turned out that him and a few of his friends, we were at that post, and we got ground attacked, and we just had all this time together, but we kind of knew each other from that me just drawing them. I mean, that's how we kind of got to know each other and feel comfortable with each other. So I think drawing was probably one. And as far as hobbies go, I have to say paddleboarding and kayaking rivers and long distance speed skating.
oh
Nice.
wow.
Long
Wow.
distance speed skating. I don't
Yeah.
think I've ever heard of long distance speed skating.
Well, I used to professionally do inline racing.
Yeah?
There was inline marathons that we used to do. I was on a competitive team that we used to go out and race, but that kind of went by the wayside. We had times they would always set up the bike tours first, and then they would have the skaters go afterwards to because they kind of made an assumption that skaters were slower, I guess. And that's not always the case. And what would happen is your slower bikers would get in the way and like hog the road. And going downhill at 35 miles an hour, and then having a sharp turn and a bike in the way, it got a little dangerous in places. So we had a few people kind of crack their helmets and go to ER and stuff. So that kind of went by the wayside, I think, and most of them got into mountain biking, uh, mountain tours. But I just got into kayaking and paddleboarding rivers.
Nice.
Sounds a little bit safer. Especially the paddleboarding, not so much the mountain biking.
It's beautiful. If anybody wants to, come out and visit, I'll take them. I've got 4 blow up paddleboards.
Oh,
It's really really relaxing and nice and fun. Rapids get
As long
really
as the
fun.
water is still.
Okay, well, don't
It's yeah,
you
I've tried
always
it
have
before.
rapids on a river. You always have rapids on a river. It's gonna happen, but they're
Yeah.
fun. I mean, it's not as scary as you think. I mean, when you actually
Oh,
do
I've
it,
tried
it's
it
fun.
in the
Yeah,
ocean before. Like it was on a
yeah,
low tide, so it was nice and calm. It took
mm,
me at least 20 tries before I could stand up properly.
yeah, yeah. A river is different. A river is different. It moves pretty fast in places, but then other places it's just really chill, and you just kind of relax, and you can look at the sunrise, sunset, wherever you are in the day, and just like out here, we have, wild horses and bald eagles and vultures and beavers and whatnot. So it's kind of nice.
Rattlesnakes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we've got a lot of Mojave rattlesnakes out here in this area. That's for sure.
And you
That's for
guys are
sure.
worried about our wildlife.
Oh no, oh no. I have a had a coworker that was from New Zealand, and we were comparing.
Mhm.
We were comparing once. But yeah, we have a lot, between the scorpions and the Mojave rattlesnakes. We got a whole bunch of different rattlesnakes. But
That's
literally on
delightful.
the top of South Superstition Mountain, once it gets dusk, it's like the ground just it becomes a carpet. They all come out from under the bushes, and mostly from March to October, you got a whole bunch of them.
We just have really dangerous spiders, octopus, and stinging things. So, nothing. You go into
Yeah.
the water, you go to the toilet, you go to the beach.
Oh,
No matter where you go, you're gonna get killed by just
really?
something
The
something
I
that
toilet.
doesn't.
remember
The
one
toilet.
time I was camping and collecting firewood, and I was in charge of gathering all the kindling because I was one of the younger kids. So I picked up this piece of bark, opened it up, and there was a scorpion sitting inside there. Like, oh, that's nice.
Dark scorpions. Yeah. Yeah, AZ Street, he did that. He picked up a whole bunch of wood he saw on the side of the road, and we were gonna put it in the fireplace. And he picked it up, and there was like 50 scorpions on it. And he's like, I'm
Mm,
like, put it back down. Put it back down. He's like, what? I'm like, just put it back down. Just put it down. Put it down.
nice and calm. Don't freak out.
Just put it down.
Could I
What
put
about
in
you?
a request before we get too far past this point? Would you be able to
Yeah.
do a sketch of us, the podcast hosts?
I could, yeah, I could do that. I just need a picture.
That would be really cool. Yeah, we've got plenty of pictures on here. That would be really cool. That could be our
Okay.
new server logo.
Yes,
Oh,
please.
okay.
We would like to see your masterpiece. Some of
Okay, a
your
masterpiece. These are just
like
pencil sketches by hand. I mean, it's not like AI or anything like that.
Oh no, I love sketches. Sketches are the
Okay,
best.
all right. Yeah, I'll do it.
She
hey.
Awesome.
normally does
Well,
nude sketches, just so you're know ahead of time.
I
oh,
I usually do. I usually do nude shoots, so I'm happy with
Oh,
that.
you're sitting there naked with a cannon.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. I drew RT while he was out here, but I didn't. I can't share it. Sorry, it's all mine.
Oh, very nice.
okay, we will ask Silk his favorite hobby and his talent.
Talent. I've always been athletic. Um, Played sports all throughout school, from elementary school all the way through. And then as an adult, I played a lot of men's softball leagues, slow pitch softball. I don't know if that's big over in other countries, but here in the U.S., at least where I grew up, it was a big sport. A lot of the teams we did competitions. We did like regionals and states, and went all the way to nationals and played in teams, from all over the U.S. And I think that's kind of where my team wanting to be a part of a team came from. Is that's what I did my whole life. And then as I got older and started a family of my own, that's pretty much when I stopped playing, was when my wife got pregnant with our first kid. And then I think that's kind of the combination of, as the kids start getting older, looking for things for them to do, we started playing the handheld games, and then I got it, my own team, and it kind of grew from there. So that's, I would say, just athletic. The kids, now that they're getting older, will play basketball and football and do bike riding and do stuff like that. So as far as hobbies, I really enjoy going to amusement parks, any type with roller coasters and water slides and that type of stuff. Most of our family vacations will go to some type of an amusement park. Being here in Arizona, we'll drive over to California for a lot of the different places they have there. So that's a big hobby of ours, is to do that. And as the kids keep getting older, I know that they're going to grow out of that and they're going to move out on their own. So we're trying to fit in all these things we can do, before they reach that age and it's too late. But
Awesome. I literally just went to a theme park yesterday with the kids. We went to Luna
Ooh.
Park in St Kilda, which is on the beach. So on the Ferris wheel and the roller coaster, you can see the beach in the background. It's just amazing. Yeah, really good.
Very nice.
Did you go on the timber roller coaster?
No. Oh yeah, I went on the roller coaster. I didn't go on any of the other high intensity ones because I can't do that anymore.
No, they have a roller coaster that was built in the 50s.
It's over 100 years old, 112 years old, they said.
Yeah, and it's
And I was looking at the construction when I was not on it.
Yep.
And it's literally just pieces of timber nailed to each other, and then the rail on top of that.
Yep.
I'm like, wow, that's still going?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Craziness.
Very crazy.
And to make it even more crazy, the roller coaster itself, so you've got your seats that you get strapped into, and there is a person in the middle of it, standing up with a lever. Go forwards or put the brakes on.
Yeah, that's the brake man. Yeah, all woman.
Yeah, they're not strapped in at all. They're
No,
just standing there.
Yep. It's one of the weirdest, oldest rides there is. Yeah.
Yeah, love it. It was good fun.
Well, on Tuesday, I went up in a 1953 Nanchang Chinese fighter trainer plane doing aerobatics.
Oh, how'd that go?
It was interesting. 70-year-old plane. When you think about it, it was built in 53. 70-year-old plane doing aerobatics and being piloted by someone who's probably only, maybe 30 at the best. It was very, very fun. Lots of fun. I can't wait to see the video. I'll share the video once I get it.
Oh, did you have a camera strapped here, or?
They had three cameras. One on the pilot, one on me, and one from the back of the plane looking out. Yeah, so
nice.
Very, 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 very cool. Very, very cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's my turn.
Yeah,
yes, it's your turn.
So we're onto the Oz and Z server now. So we've got one server down. Let's go. We've already asked the question from IAM, which was how do you maintain so many accounts? We'll move on to Nate Pig. He says, "Hey, Silk42, the team leader from the very first team I ever joined when I was still a young piglet. Question number 1. Knowing so much about the game, having so many connections, and having a good understanding of Discord, and have you given thought to leading a team again? If so, which would you prefer, to take one over or to start one new?"
Well, the very first team I started, obviously I was the leader. And then throughout the years, I've moved around. I got co-leader and became leader of a couple of the high-end teams. And with me, I'm kind of an all-in type of person. And it's very time-consuming. I found myself spending more time as the leader, reaching out and talking to people, finding out what's going on, networking with other teams, trying to figure out, back in the day before everything was auto matching, but trying to figure out, who to snipe, who to avoid, to keep from getting, matched against all the best teams and always, losing rank. But I got more and more time outside of the game versus actually playing the game, and it started to become a job. And as I mentioned earlier, I helped create the Discord channel, and so much time spent creating roles and modifying roles and adding channels, and it is a full-time job doing that stuff, and I appreciate what all the co-leaders and leaders do for the teams, but I have no desire to be a leader at this point. Maybe if I ever decide to just go down to one account I would be fine with it. Or maybe if I eventually get everything mastered and all the cars with all the parts, and so I'm starting to get bored with the game, maybe at that point. And I would think if I did, just knowing my personality, I'd probably want to start one from scratch and look into recruiting players and building it up and seeing how high we can get. To me, that was the fun part of teams when it started, trying to raise your team up there and get and see how high you can get up there in the rankings. And it's what made the game continuously wanting to keep playing and going on. And it's still fun even today when the team resets. It's fun. I mean, yeah, you're 3K and 4K and all the teams in Division 7, Division 4 as you work your way up. But it's fun watching your team progress and move up. But yeah, I can't imagine starting a team and being a leader at this stage. But hopefully that answers his question.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. The second part to it is, when would you want to link back up and fight the monsters of CC with us or another CC team? CC needs to be accustomed to you and your 41 alts.
I've played in the CC division a few times over the last year or so. Mostly with Empire 3 before I moved that account down to Empire YT. I don't have that desire to. Like I said, I'm all in, and so when I get there, I don't want to have like a bottom. I'm in 80th place with a score. My competitiveness, I want to be up in the top 10, top 20. And at that level, there's so many good players. It takes a lot of time and effort to master like each track to get yourself to where you can score that well. And I just don't have that desire. I think a lot of it is because I have so many accounts. Even my main account that has a lot of the masteries, none of my other accounts do. So I hate spending a ton of time trying to figure out how to time the start boost and the nitro and the jump shocks to be able to master this one track, knowing that all this time I'm wasting, I can't replicate that with any of my other accounts. So I try to use the same setups that all my accounts can use, which kind of hinders my main account because I'm not doing what I know could be better because it just takes too much time. So I don't think, like I said, the same answer as the other question of being a leader. With having so many accounts, I don't think I'll ever try and be in the CC division. And like I said, unless I get all of them with masteries and all the parts to where they're all similar. So probably not anytime soon.
So
It's
basically,
not.
you're playing for fun, not for.
Yes, and for me, Division 1 fits my skill set and my part levels for the most part. So that's where I try to keep all my accounts. But if I find myself, I'm always at the top of the scoreboard all the time, and it's like I really need to move up because the competition. I've gotten to the point where I'm outscoring all my competition, but I just don't see that happening. I just know there's certain things. I've always been bad at wheelie. I've always been bad at jump shocks. There's just some things, no matter if I have the parts or not, I'm not that good at those things. And then the events that do come along, I'm good at. Like, oh yeah, I can be in the CC for this event, but there's too many events that I don't belong there, so it doesn't make a point. No sense to move there to help the team on 2 or 3 matches out of the whole season when there's other players that can help them. So, but yeah, I do like the cheap tricks, their philosophy and their team. For me to join them, they're not looking for me to be their top scorer. They're just looking me there to be there and have fun and chit chat and play. And we have more of a friendly competition. Me trying to beat Nate or me trying to beat Rec than me trying to be the top scorer against North and Discord and all these other top teams that I'll be lucky to get in the top 50.
Yep. Well, I mean, I'd like to be in. When I'm playing with cheap tricks, I'm liking to be in the top 25. because I don't feel if I'm not, I don't feel like I'm contributing to the team, you know. But you know, I've had some events where I'm in the top 40 or 50, and then some that I'm in the top 10. So what goes around comes around. But I don't feel like I'm a burden to them, or I'm not winning them anything either. You know what I mean? But I feel comfortable there. That's the thing.
Yep, that makes sense.
Hmm. Yeah. No. I feel comfortable being in the team, which is cool.
Hmm.
It's
I
my
think it's your
question.
question, is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. This is
Yeah.
a question from Creepers, which has kind of been answered, but not really, but kind of. So big shout out to Creepers. He's asked specifically you, Silk, why did you decide to make the 6th account?
Well, like I said, way back in the beginning when it first came out, I already had multiple accounts just because I had accounts on my phone and my different tablets back then.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Teams started, which was 2019, like April, May, somewhere in there, I decided to put them all on a team. But in order for that team to match, I needed 5 accounts. So that's where 5 came from. And like I said, later on, I found out whether it was like that from day one, I don't know. But later on, I found out you couldn't have multiple accounts on the same team, so I had to split them up. And
Yep.
then the 6th account I created because of the FSID, and I wanted to test it out and make sure it actually worked before I tried to. The FSID, it does the cloud save for those that aren't familiar,
Yep.
so you can move your account from one device to another if you ever lose it or upgrade it. And so I created that for the brand new account so I could test it and make sure it did what I needed it to do before I applied it to any of my other accounts for fear of, oh, this messed up and I just lost it. I spent,
Yeah.
5 years building this account up and it just
Yeah.
disappeared. So I created an account just for that, and then I kept playing that account. I think kind of like AGirl said, you get addicted. It's fun. To me,
Mm-hmm.
building up an account is fun. It's just every single day you make a big increase because it's so fast to get those low level parts upgraded. And then once you get the account to, like 8K, and now it takes like 6 months to get it from 8K to 9K. But
Yep.
in 3 months, you could go from 0 to like 4K. So it's just, there's constant, like every single time you get an upgrade, you're improving. Yeah, there's times when it's frustrating as well, but
Yeah. So
so
there's a little follow-up question from WizKid. I was just reading forward, trying to put these questions together. There's a little follow-up question from WizKid saying, how much money have you invested into the game across the accounts?
I honestly don't have an answer as far as an actual answer. I mean, I'm sure I could look it up through my the Google Play Store. Um, but for the first, I'd say actually up until like just probably 2 years ago, I'd never spent a penny on any of those accounts.
Oh, there you go.
So, but yeah, but just recently, like maybe the last 2 years, on my lowest account at the time, I finally signed up for VIP because it was so time consuming to be able to watch all the commercials to grow an account. And I found it being worth the time, and that money was worth saving that amount of time.
Yeah, fair
And
enough.
then when I added that 6th account, just because I was used to having VIP on that other one, I signed up for the premium pass.
Yep.
So I did have to watch the commercials still, but the main reason for that is that's my newest account is you needed the blueprints to unlock so many vehicles. And the only way to get blueprints was to get them during the daily task.
Ah, there you go.
And with the premium pass or the VIP, but either one, you double the amount of daily tasks you have,
Yep.
which then obviously allows you to double the speed at which you collect them. So
Yep.
I needed it for that. And then I just had that account in April. So then the glider came along where you got that by having the premium pass. So it was helpful for that. I think there's some other things that came along, but I've kept it on there, both of those accounts. So,
Yeah.
then again, getting used to it. This when the Raider came out, so what was that, November maybe? It was
Yep.
fairly recently. It came out. I finally for the first time used that to buy it for a couple of my accounts, just to get it as soon as possible and start getting the parts for it. And I bought the glider for my main account, which doesn't have VIP or premium pass. But I would say, just guesstimating, with VIP and premium pass, that's $15 a month, and maybe a couple years. So definitely a few $100s.
Yep.
So, and the very first time I got VIP was because I had a gift card for my birthday. It was like a year old, and I was worried it was gonna start to expire at some point.
Yep.
So I still hadn't used it. I'm not one. I don't like to use gift cards and coupons and stuff like that because you got to try and keep track of it. So I finally said, well, I'll just use this for premium pass. So I used that. It was a $50 gift card, so I used that for 4 months. So that was how it first started. And then, like I said, once you get used to the benefits of it, you kind of get addicted to it. But my other accounts were high enough where I couldn't justify, like, oh, that's already got everything. It doesn't really help me to, other than not watch commercials. So
Yep.
But
Indeed.
yeah, not as much as a lot of the high end players have spent, but more than probably a lot of players, and definitely somebody that has this many accounts. Probably surprising I haven't spent more.
Yep. Very cool. Very cool. JR, your question.
I went all the way down. Okay, here is a here is a question from Hayes or not. He wants to ask your opinion on spaghetti. And since we're on the food question, a favorite question for the podcast guest is, what is your favorite type of cheese? A girl?
Oh, so spaghetti? I love spaghetti. It's one of the few things I really cook well. I'm not very domesticated. Um, but no, I like spaghetti a lot. My favorite food, I have to say, is stuffed cabbage. Um, my grandma used to make it when I was growing up. So she made the best stuffed cabbage, and we would make it together a lot. So that's my favorite one. And I've gone to Germany like 5 times and have not found anybody that made a stuffed cabbage like my grandma did. So that's it as far as favorite food goes.
What about your favorite cheese?
Favorite cheese? Hmm. I would have to say pepper jack.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a
Seems to
pepper
be a
jack girl.
popular cheese.
I
In the
like
US.
I like hot things. I really like when things are hot and sweet at the same time.
Nice.
I like
Yeah.
that kick. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
What about you,
Mango
Silk?
chili.
Mango chili. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
What about you, Silk?
I thought she was describing me there for a second.
Oh,
You beat
it
me
could
to it.
be. It could be.
Spaghetti. Yes, I love spaghetti. Spaghetti, meatballs, mushrooms, and Parmesan cheese would be
Mhm.
great. Used it a lot as when I was younger and obviously more active. Wrestling, football, you get those carbs, eating a lot of spaghetti before a big match. Pasta in general is probably my favorite food. Alfredo with like shrimp or chicken, either one of those, I could just eat that like every night. Yeah, same with Mexican, Chinese. It's like a chicken chow mein, a pasta. I can eat that like every day for lunch. Cheese, I am not actually into spicy foods, so I am a mild cheddar would be my favorite cheese.
Nice.
Especially with like a nacho and dip that in some mild cheddar cheese sauce.
Mhm.
Eat that up like during like watching the Super Bowl or some type of sporting event. Eat like a whole bag of chips and not even pay attention.
Yep.
And then regret it the next day and spend the next week working it off.
Yeah, I know that feeling. All right. Pete, your turn.
Yes, I've got a couple of questions here from Tessa Cat. First one's a little bit funny. Why 6 and not 42?
Well, I think I explained it, but yeah, I needed 5 initially to start the team, and then the 6th one was just to test out that FSID, and then I kept using it to try out the other stuff, like I said, with blueprints and
Why?
how to
Why?
unlock the vehicles.
Why
think
not keep
she's
going
Why
asking.
till
not
42?
42? Well, one, it would take forever to try and keep up that many accounts, but on the devices I have, like I said, they're limited to 5 on per device, so I'd have to buy a bunch more devices.
Just get more
And
devices. It's easy.
and the bigger issue is, like I said, I'm an all-in guy. So every team I'm on their Discord server. I'm reading their Discords like every single day. And to keep up with that many, assuming I was on a different team for every one of those accounts, I would have so much time being spent on Discord just to stay active with that team that I would never have time to play. So even the teams I'm not on, like Cheap Tricks, the teams I used to be on, Last Call, I'm still on their servers. I'm still chatting with them all the time. AWD Gears, who just merged recently. EC Huckleberry, who merged recently. I'm on all those servers and I'm still chatting with them like all the time.
Yep.
So for me, like I said, knowing the way I am, even if I had infinite amount of time and infinite number of devices, yeah, it would be my life, I guess. I would be constantly in the game and on Discord and not have time to do anything else. Which most people probably already think that's what I do, because how else could I do all this and have a life outside of it? But I do have a full-time job. I do work out every day. Well, not every day, like 3 days a week, and have a family and spend time with them. And so I do stuff outside of work, but
Nice.
this is definitely a very big time. I wouldn't call it a waster, because like I said, these friendships I develop, like they're real friends. Like we actually do talk about stuff that has nothing to do with the game. But it's a time consumer, I guess, is probably a better description of it.
Yeah, indeed. No, indeed.
She goes on to say, please say hi from me to Silk42. I'm on Empire YT with them. Smiley face. Question for AGirl. Did you ever think you'd be so successful in a racing game?
What's your definition of success? Because I see me in CC and I don't feel that successful there. But I I'm glad that they think I'm successful, and I hope she never gets on any of my teams if she thinks I am, because I don't want her to blow it. I don't, just keep seeing my success and but no, I don't
Don't let
mean
her
that.
know the truth. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I don't want her to see the truth, But no, actually, I'm kind of proud of it because, like I said originally, I got into the game just so, PBJ and AZ Street could make me the person that they always womped on. So I am kind of glad of where I'm at. Kind of like Silk42. I feel really most comfortable in Div 1 because I like being in that top 10. When I get to CC, all of a sudden, I'm somewhere in the middle. Like I think on that ECLO, I think I'm like in 27th place right now. So I like being higher in the ranks, but yeah. I mean, I guess it feels good to be known. I actually I've had times when I've been flying or gone somewhere, and I'd be playing the game, and I had like some guy on a right sitting next to me on the plane once. It was like, "Oh, you're AGirl? You're the one that has that Lose by You team?" And I'm like, "You know me?"
Kind of cool.
Yeah, I had that happen a few times actually. In fact, if you get to some of the questions from the mixed nuts, um, there's been more closer coincidences than that even. But yeah, that's happened a few times where people will say, "Yeah, I know the game." Oh, that's you. That's happened. It's strange. I find it odd, but
Wow.
Yeah,
Very
cool.
cool.
yeah.
Very cool.
Quick side note. Do you said you started playing because of AZ Street and PBJ, and they
Mhm.
whomped you at the start. Are you now better than them?
Uh, so AZ Street has only one account. So his
Mm-hmm.
mastery is done. He's like almost done with the beast already. And he's passes me quite a bit. Um, and he's very proud of it. PB and J, once I started beating him, he quit the game. He literally just said, "Nope, she is not going to
Yeah.
beat me," and he quit the game. He got really upset. But
Oh, that's funny.
yeah, he's gonna have to listen to this podcast and get his butt back in the game now.
He's definitely gonna have to.
Yeah, I'll have to DM him or message him and say, now you got to come back into the game. I mentioned you on Osnut's podcast.
Hmm.
Very cool. Um, so there was a question from Lunatic NZ saying, "How much time do you spend on the game and each account?" Which we've kind of answered. Creepers asked, "What is the meaning behind your account names?" We've already kind of done that as well. And Hazelnut, he's asked a girl about your favorite food and your favorite sports team. So we've kind of crossed all that. Is it my turn for a question?
I
Yes.
think it is.
I think it is.
Mhm.
So this is a very controversial question. Moff BR, big shout out to Moff BR. Thanks for asking the question. He's asked, "What are your thoughts on the way the glider was released, with early access for those that pay, and the aggressive inclusions of the Raider and glider into team events?" Your thoughts, Silk?
Well, I didn't mind the way it was released as far as giving the option for premium pass and VIP to get early. I feel like they're paying for them to get it early to be able to start building it up, get some practice with it. I was fine with that. I didn't like the fact that they had team events that started using it before it was available to somebody that didn't buy it. Because
Yeah.
at that point, it becomes basically a pay to win. The only way you're going to win any of those team events is if you had the glider, and the only way you're going to get the glider is if you paid for it. So I didn't like that part about it. As I mentioned earlier, I did have to get the glider by collecting all those legendary chests on 4 of my accounts. And so I definitely knew what it was like not to have it, and my scores were way lower than my accounts that had it. And it made me want to buy it because I knew, man, if I had it, even with no parts at all, I can get 15K on this. But just against principle, I wasn't going to spend any more money just to be able to, get a good score. So I didn't like it in the past. It's always been when a brand new vehicle came out, you had a little bit of time to kind of build it up. And I feel like it might set precedent where they're going to start doing this more and more, and it frustrated me. I didn't like it. I'm not going to rant about it too much, but
No, that's
I
fine.
hope I hope they don't do it again. I really, it disappointed me.
Yep.
So I mean, I knew from other things that they had some layoffs, like Reese was gone, and I'm assuming that's financial reasons behind that. So I'm sure they're looking to make money. And like I said, I don't disagree with that. Give the players that spend the money the benefit of being able to get these built up, and that's their benefit of paying for it. But to add it in the team event at the same time, I don't know. Like I said, it rubbed me the wrong way, and I didn't like it.
Yep. What about you, AGirl?
Well, my accounts fortunately all have VIP. Um, so I got the glider on all my accounts right out of the cage, so I could start doing the cups and earning the parts for them. So I was pretty happy about that. It kind of gave me an advantage over people that are more talented and skilled than me.
Yep.
I mean, that really, honestly, that was it. It was like, oh, this person really usually kicks my butt, but he doesn't have the glider and I do. um, but yeah, I do think what came to my mind was that Jerry Maguire show me the money.
Yeah.
um, a lot of people, I mean, you had the Raider recently come out, the Rock Bouncer recently came out, the Glider came out. Plus, you had Mastery that came out, so you have so many different things to invest in simultaneously. And if you're really competitively minded, people are getting frustrated. So I know, like on my team, I'm always telling them, look, I know the leader. She's not going to kick you. Just keep trying, right?
Yep.
Just keep trying. So I try to keep reassuring my team to just do what they can do. Don't feel pressured or overwhelmed. I can tell. I mean, like I said, I geek out on my spreadsheets. I have my stat sheets. I know what people are doing. I know the KM they're doing. I see the scores go up. So, I mean, I know they're trying. And if I know they're trying, I'm not going to kick them.
Yep.
So I always tell them just be calm and remember we're playing this to enjoy the game and have fun. Um, and I think as long as people realize that, hey, nobody's going to kick me and they just chillax and enjoy the game, I don't think it's that bad. It's when you're in those CC teams that are very competitive and you find yourself in that 80 to 100 spot, like
Yep.
Silky was mentioning earlier, that it just makes you feel a little dragged down. Um, so yeah, I felt fortunate that I was up on that.
Yeah. Very, very cool. Very cool. JR, your question?
My question for you both is because you're from both from Arizona. So the question is, what is the state of Arizona known for? For example, about food, events, or scenic spot? And what is your favorite scenic spot in Arizona? Silk?
Well, I'd say we're probably most known for the Grand Canyon,
hmm
and being a desert and the high heat Valley of the Sun. As far as my favorite spot, I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite. I've visited lots of different parts of the Arizona, but we have a huge, for somebody that's not familiar or hasn't been here, there's a huge variety depending on what part of the state you go to. So you can be like right now it's wintertime. I think it was like 70 degrees, where I live today. But we can drive a couple hours up north into the mountains and you can go snow skiing. Um, so it's a huge variety. It's depending on what you're looking for. If you want to go hiking, you want to go kayaking like AGirl does, or you want to go sightseeing on a mountain, there's lots of different things to do. But there are certain times of the year to do a lot of that stuff. So in the middle of the summer, it gets really hot. You really don't want to be outside during the middle of the day, unless you absolutely have to. But the rest of the year, like I said, depending on where you're at, it's very, very accommodating. I haven't worn a winter coat or gloves or anything like that since I moved here. Um, so we have a lot of what we call snowbirds, people that live up north. A lot of people from Canada that'll come down here and live here during the winter months because it is so much more accommodating for you to not be freezing cold. But that does obviously I say obviously because I've lived here, but it does make traffic slow down. Have a lot of these older people that are driving around and slowing down the traffic. So, and then they go to stores and do shopping and kind of more sightseeing. And again, slows down the people that actually live here, just want to go in there and get a quick, grab a loaf of bread. But there's a huge line of people waiting, to do their shopping. And so, but anyways, there's a little bit of everything to do here. I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite, to be honest, but I guess I would say some of the old towns, like Tombstone, going there, going down to Old Tucson Studios. A lot of that stuff, old Western stuff, is what I enjoyed, kind of sightseeing and looking back at the past and seeing how things were, not really all that long ago, but like 100 years and so in the past, and to compare it to where we are today, it's pretty entertaining, educational.
Oh,
I'm sure
very
AGirl
nice.
can say more because she lived here. I moved here. I'm a transplant. I'm not originally from here. So
Oh, okay. Same
Well,
question.
I went to junior high on here. I actually moved here from the East Coast, so I have to say, like, before I came out here for the first time, as a tween, uh, I was seeing commercials on TV when I was on the East Coast, deep in the heart of the Arizona desert, and it would show a rattlesnake and a tarantula and a scorpion, and I was like, "What am I getting myself into?" And I was like really kind of nervous moving out here. Um, but then I got to the airport, got off the plane, and my mom and her boyfriend, picked me up, and the first thing I saw was four drunk cowboys in a convertible mooning me. And I'm like, this is not what I expected. But it turned out to be a really cool place. When I first got here, the town that I live in was a street. Now it is huge. It's really really highly populated. It's amazing how much we've grown, which is great and nerve wracking at the same time, because we have a limited water supply being in a desert, right? And we have very high temperatures in the summer. So I like meeting new people and seeing people come here and enjoy it. But at the same time, given our lack of water supply, it does make things a little uncomfortable, wondering how populated we're going to get as more and more people find out about us, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it goes both ways.
Mhm.
Hang on,
Curious. You
just
say yeah. You go first, Eva.
so 4 people in the car mooning you. Was one of those 4 people driving?
So no, the driver was not moving, thank God. No, it was the person in the passenger seat and the three guys in the back.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure because I've been in the car where my passenger was mooning the person behind us, and
Oh,
I was driving, and it was hilarious because he was standing on the seat in a convertible with his butt in the air, and
yeah.
all I could see in the rearview mirror was this guy behind us going, "Oh my god, I want to get out of this," and trying to get around us, and the passenger in my car saying, "Go faster, go faster."
We've done some goofy stuff out here. I mean, we have done some goofy stuff. Um, my husband and I, when we first met, he had a Volkswagen Bug, Beetle,
Yep.
and it had a sunroof. And I don't know what we were doing. We were just being really crazy. And we were playing like some sort of truth or dare type game together. I don't even think we were married yet. I think we were dating and we were gonna get married, but I don't think we were married yet. And he dared me to flash this guy on this bike that was coming this way out the sunroof, and then we watched him crash like right behind,
Oh no.
and just past them. And we watched them crash. I felt so guilty. We had to go back. Are you okay? I'm like, I didn't mean to do that, but it was so funny though at the time until he crashed. And then I
I
felt
really
bad.
like that bike too.
But yeah, I mean, I love Arizona. I love everything about it, and I'm glad I moved here.
Very
Oh,
nice.
very cool.
I'm
Very cool.
curious. What's the highest temperature that you've experienced in Arizona?
Um, so the highest temperature I've experienced here was 122 Fahrenheit. I have to say there are other parts of the world that were incredibly more hot than here.
Of you
But
playing in Australia, that's 50 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
okay,
That's hot.
yes.
And that's a dry heat as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's like baking. Yeah, that's so like if you go to Florida, to me, like Florida, Georgia, areas like that seem hotter to me because you're like boiling.
Yeah.
It's just so humid and the air feels so thick. Here, the challenge is the air doesn't feel thick. It doesn't feel like it's hard to breathe. It doesn't make you tired necessarily like humidity does, but you bake. And sometimes you don't realize you're baked until it's too late.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say the same. 120s is the highest I've witnessed. And coming from the north and moving here, the difference in the dry heat is when I was up north and it was hot and humid, like you're constantly sweating and you realize how much water you're losing just because you're all sweaty, and so you kind of know to drink more. Here, with it being so dry, you don't get all sweaty, which is nice because your shirt and stuff's not sticking to you, but you don't consciously realize how much water you're losing at the same time, and it's a lot easier to get dehydrated and start getting headaches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
yep.
You can
You
cook
just don't
in
know.
that kind of heat.
Yeah.
You can cook a
Actually,
roast
we,
in that
we
heat.
do. We do that. A
Yeah.
lot of times there's some classes that do that in school. They'll take an egg and they'll put it on concrete and they'll cook it.
Yep.
Yeah, just on the
Yep.
ground. And then the kids go,
Mhm.
"What?"
Craziness.
Hmm.
That's hot.
Pete, is that your question?
That
Yeah.
is my question. And that is also the end of the Oz and Z server questions. We're on to now the Wasted Aces server. This question is for Silk42. Is there a story behind the name? Are you like Spider-Man going through different various testing and finding the perfect silk, and the 42 was the best test?
Well, I've given different reasons to different teams just to try to keep them guessing there for a while. One of them I said is the number of times I've been married, and eventually I'll become Silk 43. But no, in all honesty, it comes from when I was in high school and I played sports. I got the nickname Silk. I think it's from my baseball coach because he said the way I played it was smooth as silk, and so the name Silk stuck. So that was my nickname. Like a lot of my teammates would just say, "Come on, Silk, you're up." Blah blah blah. And then at that time, the number I wore on my shirt was number 42, and so I just put them
Mhm.
together. When I got to college later on, I needed to create an email account. I just used the name Silk42, and then I've kept it all ever since. And so that's where that came from. Nothing to
Fair
do
enough.
with my
Excellent.
age or when I was born or anything like that. It's just that was the number
Oh,
that
spinning
the
silk.
shirt I had.
Nice. And a question for a girl. What is the team that you have been with for the longest amount of time, and roughly how long has it been?
Well, the longest amount of time is my team because I created it the day it came out. I mean, the second it was available here in Arizona, I literally that like first hour it came here on a server, I made that team. Um, So that's the team I've been with the longest. Other than that, on the other three, I mean, I've kind of, because there's been so many merges and everything is morphed. It's really just a matter of what's been around the longest. Um,
Hmm.
I think I've probably been on um, mixed nuts and probably, I'm going to say mixed nuts and cheap tricks about the same amount of time, maybe mixed nuts a little bit more. And EC Huck, I've been on for a while. The problem is I only have 4 accounts, but I have 5 teams that I like to play on. And I can only be on 4 of the 5. And I'm always feeling guilty about the one I'm not on. But
That is a problem. That sounds like you
yeah,
need to make another account.
right? And then I have that Silk42 thing going where I'll have 6 accounts eventually because I'm trying to keep up with all the teams I'd like to play on. I mean,
Just buy
yeah,
another
but
iPad. It's fine.
well, I have a backup iPad already, but yeah, and I thought about that at times, maybe when I retire, right? I mean, right now, now it's probably not a good time to have 6 accounts. 4's keeping me busy. When I get
Yeah.
these all mastered, I'll come up with more accounts, maybe.
Creating more accounts isn't going to solve that issue. Because even with my 6 accounts, I still have teams that I'm friends with. That if I had another account, I would join you.
Yeah.
And then if I create another account, then the other. So I don't know that creating more accounts will ever fix your problem.
Yeah. So see, Silk he can relate to my that guilt that we feel when we have multiple accounts and we kind of feel like we're letting some people down and we don't
Hmm.
really mean to. It's just there's only so many places you can go.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's where you said in the earlier question that team you need those 2 teams to merge, and then you're good to go.
There you go. See?
Problem solved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
All
if
right.
we could get the teams we're on to merge, then we have room to venture out.
Yeah.
Uh,
Eva,
right.
I think you're up.
All right. Here's a question for Silk. Eat My Rubber is asked the question specifically for Silk. How do you stay motivated to play multiple accounts in the multiple changes to the game recently? Introduction of Mastery and the Grind, and the you better pay to play for the new vehicles. We've kind of answered a fair bit of that. And the
Mm-hmm.
first part of it is how do you stay motivated to play multiple accounts? I think is the most important part of that question. So what keeps you motivated?
That actually comes down to my teammates and wanting to feel like I'm not letting them down. So I want to put in the effort to make sure that I'm putting in a decent score that's actually helping the team and I'm contributing. Um, if you took away Discord and the teams didn't chat at all, I think it would be easy for a lot of events, especially the ones I don't enjoy, to just not even play. Like I'll just skip this event. This one needs the glider. I don't have it. I'm just gonna skip it this week. But because I'm friends, I chat with them on Discord. I feel bad if I do that. So that keeps me motivated to go in like, well, I need to figure out what can I do to get the best score possible, even though I don't have the glider, so I can help the team. So for me, but that's more just my personality and who I am. And that's probably why I'm able to keep this many accounts for this long. I don't think the average person would have that motivation to keep the grind, almost a job like feeling
Yeah,
at
yeah,
times to keep it up.
yep,
My wife
yep.
hates it, by the way. I don't think I've mentioned that yet. So I think
We
she's
gotta get her to
grown.
play.
She's grown accepting that it's who I am, and I'm not going to change. But she hates it. We had some big fights early on, about how often I play, and like I said, I think she's just gotten used to the fact that it's who I am, but it's part of my routine.
Yeah,
But
fair
I
enough.
do get I still get the looks, and especially when I'm doing a competitive event and I'm mumbling under my breath and I'm upset because I crashed and died or something happened, and she's like, why you even play if it's not fun? It's like it is fun. It's like a golfer. You hit a bad shot and you're all upset. You throw your club, but when you hit that good shot, it's like that rush of adrenaline, and it's
Yep.
like, oh man, that was awesome. So this game's the same way. When you do get that good score, it's like a boost of energy and excitement. Like, awesome, I finally did it. But man, some of those events are just so frustrating. And I'm over here cussing under my breath, and I can tell she's upset about it. But it
So
is
your
what it
wife's
is.
not a gamer, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, she's never played the game. She doesn't understand why I play it. She doesn't. That's not her thing, and I'm not one to try to convince her to play it or show her. But
You know, I was not into this type of game either. I mean, I have to say, like before I got into hill climb, I was mostly playing like Skyrim and those types of games. Maybe some Zynga Spades. But once my husband got me into it, just the fact that we were playing together and competing together, now that's a large part of the game, is that we have something that we both do together and enjoy together, right? So I never thought I'd like it, but it became fun playing public event together and things like that. If she ever changes her mind and wants to join, you can always bring her on the team, you know. We have
Yeah.
some couples on our team. I mean, Ginger Snap and Danger are married. We have some couples that play on our team. So I mean, it's kind of cool.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Those who play together stay together.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
That's up to you. JR.
Jackrabbit.
Yeah. There are several questions here from several people, but it's all for a girl. This is from InCOGnITO. Why are you always called number 4?
Oh, yeah, that was me. I was trying to motivate people to say questions, so I put some in there to be funny. Um, Obviously, it was my
Oh, hang
fourth
on, hang
account.
on. Is that incognito? Is that a different
That's me.
Discord account?
Yeah, yeah. So in fact, the Discord people talked to me about that once. I have 4 different Discord accounts. So apparently, you can only have the upgrades on one account, and I was trying to get them on one of my other accounts, and I was paying for them, but I wasn't getting the services. And they said, with Discord, you're only supposed to have one account. Food for
Hmm.
thought. I didn't know that. But they said if I wanted to fix a problem, I need to only have one account. So,
So
but
you could have a full conversation with yourself and nobody would know.
yes, exactly. I've had that where people have complained about me to me, and then
Oh,
and
that's
and I've
funny.
yeah, and I've also had
Mm.
people try to recruit me, from the server. So I'd be like, "What? You're recruiting on my server?" They knew I wasn't on my team. So they weren't necessarily recruiting from my team per se, but they knew me on my server, like posting things on the server and stuff. And then they tried to recruit me. And I think it's kind of funny.
Hmm.
He messaged me on all her different Discord accounts, and I was like, "Who is this again?"
That's me.
Okay, going back to the question, so why are you called number 4?
hmm that's my fourth account. That was literally it.
Oh,
It's my fourth
okay.
account.
So this question is from Easy Chief. Why are you called Easy Chief?
That's my
This,
other account. When you were saying, "Hey, we want to get people in and starting the podcast questions," I immediately went in being funny and made all my accounts make like little questions in there, and then I motivated everybody else to start putting the questions in there. So that's
Okay,
how I
maybe
got the ball rolling. And then Chief, like I said, it was just a matter of, coffee toting unicorn was too long of a name, so I just had to kind of make it brief and say Chief.
okay, so I'll proceed to this question. It's from Fluxwave HCR2. Is the Blue Bayou HCR2 team considering going to CC?
So, my philosophy on that, I will not stand in Blue Bayou's way of going to CC. If we can make it, great. We've never done it before. It would be cool. But if we did go to CC, I don't want to do it to lose dramatically for a whole season because I think that would get I see a lot of teams kind of fall apart. They get to CC and then now they got to merge because they're losing all the time and then people start leaving and cutting out. The loyalty isn't there, right? So I think if I went to CC, I would want to be like in 36th place on my team in the team event. And if I'm down at the bottom of the team and we're going to CC, I'll feel more comfortable. If I'm in that top 10, top 15 of the team and we're going to CC, I'm going to be like, oh, cringe. This may not be a good idea.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Hmm.
I think it's my turn, isn't it?
It is.
This question is from why do you have a New Zealand flag, even though Shirktik is the only member from there?
So on Blue Bayou, we have it's never been like an all-American team. I mean, it's a team of 50 people, and I'm all about equity, the equity theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't feel it was fair to always run the American flag when we don't have 50 American players. Yes, I'm American, but I'm just one member of a team of 50. And even though I'm the leader, um, I just felt like I should honor whoever won that team event by flying their flag, right? It's kind of like a capture the flag thing. So we had started that probably a couple years ago, where whoever wins that team event, we're going to fly their flag until, somebody else passes them, and at, the next team event, when the team event ends, whoever's in that number one spot, that's the flag we're flying. I mean, they could be American, but flying some other flag, but that's the flag we'll fly is whatever flag they're waving. And we have a phenomenal player on our team that is from New Zealand. So, we've been waving
Yeah.
that flag now for I think 9 months because he's just so incredible. And Trick is he's our man. He keeps us
Yeah,
in Div 1 and
New
comfortable.
Zealand players are really, really good players, I've found.
Yes, yes,
I
yes.
don't know what it
Uh,
is. There must be something in the water down there. So,
yeah, maybe.
yeah, they're all really good. Eva, you're up.
All right. Okay, so we have a question from Orslush. Orsh
Osh.
Lurch,
Lurch.
which we have kind of answered a lot in this podcast. He wants to know about how you guys manage to build 2 or 3 accounts and play them regularly and lead teams. And you both have full-time jobs and everything else. And
Mhm.
he just wanted to finalize that with saying he has a lot of respect for
Yeah.
what you guys have done. So big thumbs up from him. So we've already answered his question, but I thought I'd just read it out because he's just giving you guys a big
Give him
pat
a
on the
shout
back.
out.
I'll give him a shout out.
And to be honest, I didn't fully answer his question with with the Orslords, the reason why I'm able to do it is the fact that I really have bad insomnia.
There
So
you go.
not
There you go.
not just the tub thing, but I'll be playing this like in the middle of the night. So like it's like it's 22:12 here now. So
Yep.
and I'm not even tired yet. You know,
Yeah.
I might
Yeah.
fall asleep at like 2:30 and then I'll wake up at 5:30.
Mm,
So I have plenty of time to play.
Yep. So the next question is from Shirttick. He
Mhm.
says, uh, no, actually, we've answered that as well. He says, when did you first start playing HCR2 and
Mhm.
what made you continue playing until now? We've answered that. We've got a question from Hydra for Silk. Do you play any other games? And what type of other games or sports do you like?
There's not really any other video games that I play. Like I said, I do like sports, most sports, basketball, baseball, football, softball, stuff like that. I mean, I have a couple like minor things. Like there's a word game called Wordscapes. I play that every night before I go to bed. It's just more to
I've
kind of get
seen
my
the ads
mind.
for that so many times.
Yeah, it's something just to get my mind to stop thinking about this game, stop thinking about work. It gives me my mind something else to kind of look at and think about, to kind
Yep.
of start
Do you know
to
what you should
get
do?
ready and prepare myself.
Just play adventure. Put you straight to
No,
sleep.
because I'm very or detail oriented when I come to that. So like for adventure, I have to do the adventure chest, and then I have to get at least to, depending on whether it's a special map or a regular map, to get at least to a certain level. So, for example, level 13 or 6,500 meters on a regular map is where you max out your treasure chest itself. Now, you can keep going farther to get more gems and more coins, but I want, depending on the vehicle, the max rewards. So I'm constantly thinking, okay, how far have I gone? How much more do I have to go? And so it's not one of those things where I'm doing it where my brain's shut off. Like I'm actually thinking about everything that's going on. So at least for me, adventure doesn't put me in that sleep mode.
Oh, there you go. It does for me.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're doing it just to grind, like when the first year, like 2020, when COVID came out, we had vacation plans to go to an amusement park in California. Well, everything we ordered like months ahead of time, it all got canceled and shut down because the parks were closed. So I already had vacation from work, but everything was shut down. So I was at home all week with nothing to do. So that was the one and only time I maxed out my KMs at the 2,500 on my main account. And for that, I was just constantly grinding Desert Valley over and over and over. And at that point, there was nothing other than trying to get KMs. So my mind it got boring. I started to get like a headache from staring at the screen for so long. But the only reason I normally play Adventure is to try to get stars for Canyoneer, or to try to get the Adventure chest to get max rewards for an account. And in those situations, I have goals in mind, so my mind is thinking and paying attention and trying to make sure I don't mess up. So, but yeah, if I'm just grinding for KMs, in that situation, my mind can fall asleep and get tired.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
But anyways, that Wordscape game is really the only game I play it like every single night, and it just kind of helps relax my mind and put me into sleep mode. But no, I'm not a gamer. I don't play Xbox or PlayStation or anything else. So
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. JR, your question?
Jackie.
I see a mute on her icon there.
Yeah, I see a mute on the right one.
All right,
Pete,
I
do you want to
I'll
ask?
ask it.
Yep.
Oh, you
No,
back?
I'm here. Sorry.
No, here
I
she
just
goes. She's
realized
back.
I just realized I'm on mute when you said I'm on mute. Sorry about that. Okay,
That's all right.
here's a question from Drew. What is your favorite adventure track? If you could only have one vehicle for all stages of the game, which would you pick? A girl?
My favorite adventure track, I have to say, is Forest because I get the furthest in Forest. um,
I'm
yeah, I don't know. I could, if I'm like wanting to add KM, it's going to be Forest. But when it comes to mastery, I like Beach because it's very easy to go flipping out around and whatnot in Beach.
Yep.
Um, yeah, so I guess it's just depending on what I'm looking to do, whether it just be KM or mastery, um, or like if you just want coins and you want to get that big coin area out of the space, or um, that other, what's that newer one? The um, oh,
Cup Town.
you
Savannah's the
know,
newest.
yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Cup Down. I'm always banging my head. I don't.
Head. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of what I was thinking of is the Canyon
Savannah.
Arena. The
Oh,
Canyon
Canyon
Arena. You know
Arena.
how yeah, you know how where the one is rolling, and then you if you beat it, you could go down below, and then there's like that
Yeah.
whole bunch
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
coins down there. So sometimes, like if I'm going for coins, I'll do Canyon Arena or Space, but you can't do Space a lot because you need tickets for that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But also in Beach, you have like if you keep going, you can get that big coin cave, and grab that stash there too, and
Yep.
Beach. So yeah, that's about it.
Oh, cool. Pete, your question?
Oh, no.
yes.
Oh, sorry. No, we haven't asked.
No.
We haven't asked Silk about his favorite
Mhm.
adventure track.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say similar to AGirl. Depends on what my goal is. There are certain tracks that I tend to use repeatedly, especially for daily task. I probably use Desert Valley the most for like wheelies. And if I'm trying to grind KMs, I can tend to use that a lot. If I'm strictly going as far as I can, the Forest is probably the easiest to get over 20k, pretty much any attempt.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know if I had necessarily. I mean, there's tracks I don't like, but I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite that I go to. And then I think it asked about our favorite vehicle or something like that. If we could only
Yep.
use one vehicle,
Yep.
that would be if you looked at if I showed my stats for vehicles and how many KMs I've done on each of them. By far, the rally car is my number one used vehicle. To me, I find
Even
it to be the most versatile vehicle. It works well on like every single track and almost every single setup. And the tracks they're not good at, or the task, are tasks that I'm not good at. So like multi jumping, you rarely see the rally car used for that, but I'm not good at that anyways. And willies, the rally car you don't really see used for a willy, and I'm not good at that anyways. So pretty much everything else that I find myself decent at, the rally car is decent at as well. So it just fits as like a good all around vehicle.
yeah, cool.
Yep, yep, yep. I concur with that.
Because muscle car, since muscle car started, I think it kind of, I thought in some regard it overtook the rally car's ability. But it was, yeah, I don't know. I think the muscle car is kind of overtaking the rally car in that aspect because it's just as good and maybe a little bit faster.
But
Yeah,
it's
some of the newer.
longer. But it's longer, and it has a weaker roof.
Yeah, it does have a weaker
Yeah.
roof. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
say some of the newer cars are they. I just haven't had them long enough But the Raider I find to be a pretty good all-around vehicle as well. The rally or the muscle car on top of the weak roof, because it's such a short car. There's some maps where you drive under the magnet, or I mean under the fuel can, and I find that to be
miss it.
annoying.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
miss
you
it.
miss the
Yeah.
fuel can, and it's like, oh man, because I don't have magnet, I just drove right under it. And so there's times you try to do a wheelie to make sure the front of your car will grab the fuel can. So that's one of the drawbacks I find. But yeah, the roof's a bigger thing when you're talking distance.
Yeah,
Like
fair enough.
if you're in the caves or some of the mountain areas where you can't
Where there's a
get
ceiling.
any hit.
Yeah,
If you get one hit, you usually die with that. Or the rally car, you can get hit a couple times usually, and you'll be be okay.
Yep.
But the
fair enough.
Raider, I'm finding the Raider to be very good all-around vehicle the more I use it. Especially if you're using like winter tires for the grip, because that's one of its biggest downfalls.
Yep.
But I was using the Raider a lot, getting the legendary chest on some of my accounts, to increase the Canyoneer, and I hadn't used it because it's a newer vehicle, and I was using it a lot, and I was liking it on most all the maps I was using it on.
Yeah, yeah. I got some pretty high 8K scores basically on first runs with limited parts.
I've been still trying to figure out with the Raider when you kick the tire out the back and you recatch it, if it
Yep.
really is advantageous doing that, because it always seems to do better when I do that, but I don't know, like, is it because it's spinning that all of a sudden it does better with the wheelie now, or is it just a part of my imagination and it's just, let's do it for fun? I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I think
Not
it's just a fun thing. I don't think it has any extra speed or anything without the wheel. But the wheel does help with wheelies.
Yeah, what I've read, but what I haven't been able to confirm is the like the suspension of the vehicle. If you try to climb a hill, like do a wheelie and climb a hill, if you've always had the tire on, you get a little different suspension trying to climb that hill as opposed to boosting the tire off, catching it, and then doing the same thing. It's almost like it affects the suspension trying to climb that hill.
Oh.
Now, with that said, I personally, probably because I'm not very good at wheelies, I didn't notice, like, I tried both ways. I didn't really notice a difference either way. It's just felt like luck whether or not I made that, if I get the wheelie boost to kick in at the right time to shoot me over the hill or not. But that's what the higher end players were claiming happened by, disconnecting the wheel and recatching it.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, very cool.
This one is from Gunner99saurus. He would like to know, what is your best personal record that you have both ever got? We'll start with AGirl.
I'll tell you, I haven't really kept track of my records in a very long time. So I don't really know. I don't really know what my best all-time record. I suppose
I'm
I
going
could
to
look
guess
at
it
my
was
account.
Forest 22K.
Oh, I think I've gone more than 22K in Forest. I'm pretty positive I've gone further than that. As to how far and which account, I will have that answer here shortly. So
We
let's
ask
see.
Silk because he's the one who prepared.
No, I didn't prepare, but I my goal was always, like I said, to go as far as I could with a single vehicle. Before Canyoneer existed, that was always my goal. So I always concentrated on the best vehicle for each map, which usually for me was the rally car. So I was always excited that I got like 30, I don't remember the exact number, but like 34, 36K on Desert Valley with the rally car. And that was like a big deal. It was ranked pretty high worldwide. And then the other vehicles mainly being the CCEV came out, and now people are going like 100K plus on it. But that requires jump shots, which I'm not good at, so I didn't even try it. So now I'm sure I'm not even ranked anywhere near the top. But if you search just by the rally car, I'm probably still pretty high up. But once you get there, now there's really no motivation. Like, I'm not going to go spend an hour to try to beat that. So, but yeah, I was in the 30s with both Desert Valley and the Forest with rally car.
No.
So with most of my friends, which I'm not like friends with the Zorros, the world, but most of my friends list, I was usually at the top of the list for those vehicles for those maps. But like I said, that's been years with the new vehicles, so I don't know where I fit anymore.
Well, I looked up my forest, and my forest is only at 29,917 meters with the muscle car. And looking at all the lists, global, local, and friends, I'm like at the very bottom. I don't even have a ranking, even with my friends.
Yeah, those
So
new vehicles they
Yeah.
really change things.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
even
So
now with
And mastery
mastery,
too.
yeah, like obviously Rally doesn't have mastery yet, but that by having a fourth part, it could totally change how far you can go. So,
Yep.
but muscle car doesn't have mastery yet, so that's whoever's getting those scores. Obviously, they're doing pretty well with just the 3 parts.
Yeah, indeed.
Mm-hmm. You're up, Eva.
Yeah, I am up. We've had a couple of questions from TJ. We had a question from TJ, who's asked if you guys play console games like PlayStation and Nintendo. Both of you have said you basically don't play any other games.
I used to play Tomb Raider and Myst on
Oh
the
wow, on the
PlayStation.
PlayStation.
I was. Yeah, yeah. In fact, when my son was born, his first word was "uh-huh." We were so into Tomb Raider, he started mimicking Laura Croft.
Yeah. And then
Sweet.
High Ren has asked, I would be curious to how many hours a week the crew puts in managing the teams and some story behind the names. You guys have kind of answered that already as well. Willie D. How's inspiration for playing? So shout out to Willie D on fire. He's given us asked us some very cool questions. Where do you see the game in 2030? Silk.
2030. Well, it's hard saying, but based on Hill Climb Racing 1, I'm pretty sure it'll still be around. Whether or not Hill Climb Racing 3 will be around, I don't know. At the rate it's going, it may or may not be out. I feel like it's the way it's going along, it's gonna kind of stay where it is as far as popularity goes.
Yep.
The one concern I have obviously is more and more parts and more vehicles and more maps and more things just keep coming along. It's gonna be harder and harder for new players to pick up the game
Pick up the
and
game.
want to keep playing long enough to actually get to where they could play on a CC division type team.
Yeah.
Because it just takes so much time and effort to get there. And even existing players, like if you wanted to create another account, and I'm one to speak about it because I've done it, several of them. It just I've had that account, my newest account since April. So it's not quite a year old, and I'm fine in the division.
What GP is
it's
that on now?
7K. It's at I think 7.7K GP right now.
Yep.
So it's been 8 months. I've had the premium pass on it, all 8 months of that. So it's probably the account I play the most on because there is so much motivation to keep improving it.
Yep.
But it has like pretty much no it has a couple masteries. I did the the mastery for like the Moonlander to get the first mastery, and that one wasn't too expensive to get to all level 20. And it's so much of a benefit to have that it was easy to justify saving up the 1,000,000 coins. But most of my vehicles don't even have the first mastery. So anyways, for it to get to where it's even able, probably even to be successful in Division 1, but definitely into a CC division, like it would take like constant effort, paying, like I said, for VIP or premium pass. It's going to take somebody probably a year to get an account built up to where it can be competitive at that level.
Yeah.
Whereas, back when the game first started, somebody could create a new account within a month. They're ready to, at least on the skill-based events, to be ready to join a high division team.
Yep.
So, and I think Mastery is just going to make it harder and harder to get to that level.
Well, I can remember when I started my alt, a GP of 7K would have been a very strong account. I think it was 9K GP was the maximum at the time, and 7K was an extremely strong account if it was spec'd right, if you know what I mean, if it was done right. You didn't waste GP on things like spin boost and landing boost for certain vehicles, and all that sort of stuff.
For the last several years, spend any money on the tank.
Yeah. So there's that sort of stuff. So, but in saying that now, you're probably going to need a 9.5K account, 9.5, 10K account to be competitive across, the current raft of team events.
And mastery, where you're at, because
Mm.
I'm not really sure, like, if you have a 7-8K account but full mastery, opposed to having that 9 or 10K account and no mastery, who would really be more competitive anymore? I mean, it depends on the event.
Yeah, it depends on the event, depends on the vehicles. And this is why when people say, "Oh, look at me, I've got 4K GP and I've done so well with this event," that's not true, because the event have 5 or 6 vehicles across the event. And someone saying, "I've only got 4K GP and, look how great my score is." Well, you don't need 4K GP because you've only got 5 vehicles. So you really only need the vehicles that are needed in the team event. So realistically, you just need to add the GP of those 5 vehicles together, and that's the maximum number of GP you need.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? It's not
Oh, yeah.
13K because it's only 5 vehicles. So realistically, it's only about 2 grand, 2,000, 2,500 GP if you have just those vehicles, right? So
Mm-hmm.
people go, "Oh, look at my amazing account. I've only got 6 GP and I'm doing so well." They could be missing 5 vehicles, like the tank. They could not have the tank. They could not have the,
Mm-hmm.
you know, 3 or 4, really vehicles that just haven't been used in a long time, and be
Mm-hmm.
getting really good scores, which has nothing to
Yeah.
do with their GP, and it has nothing to do with their skill level. It has only to do with the fact that they've got the right vehicles.
Yep. Yep.
You know,
Well, I think like Silky was mentioning that too. Once we were talking about, how we have focused on our accounts and when we were building them and what we kind of say to other people that are new to the game.
Yep.
We typically build by the team events.
Yep.
What are we going to need in this event? What are we going to need in next event? Those are the things we work on. Like for me, since most of my accounts are 10-7 and up, well, they all are 10-7 and up. For me right now, my focus is working on mastery, and they're usually in the cups and the adventures, trying to get as much coin
GP as
and
possible. Yeah.
and getting much mastery as possible, because I already have the GP. I'm not worried about that. It's getting
Yep.
the Yeah, it's getting
Yeah.
that mastery done and getting the coin because I've spent it all on all this.
Yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
This one is from Hack, and he would like to know, how did you guys get into playing HGR2 in the first place? And if Street got AG into playing, how did Street find the game? We'll start off with AGirl.
This was from Hydra. What did you say?
Hack.
Hack?
HACK. Yep.
Oh, okay, from Hack. Yeah, all right. So I never actually played the original game. I just kind of got into it on this one on the HCR2, and I got into it. I think as I mentioned with PBJ and my husband playing, and then wanting to mop on me in daily and weekly.
So how did they find the game?
PB and J he had been playing it since Hill Climb, the original one, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then he came over and was telling AZ Street, "Hey, this game came out. It's the sequel to the game I've been playing." So then the two of them started playing, and AZ Street was like, "Oh, hon, this game is cute. Look, the bus falls apart and people go flying." And he was like really giggling. He was really giggling over that. He thought that was funny, and he really, really, really got into Hill Climb. And then like I said, at that point in time I was like, card games, no. I was more into cards and those other, Myst and Skyrim and things like that. But then they both convinced me to join, and I'm like, all right, and I buckled down and got into it. But that's kind of how I got into it. And then we still play together, so here it is all these years later. We're both playing Hill Climb together.
Very good. How about you, Silk? How did you
Yeah,
find the
it's just
game?
kind of one of those random games that originally I started with the original game. And I think I was playing, there's some penguin game that you have to have land on the hills at the right angle and it picks up speeds and jumps and feel. Anyways, I was playing that game, just like a time waster. And then at some point it had an update and it said, here's similar games. And I saw the original Hill Climb, which is really, it was all just about distance.
Yep.
And it looked like a similar game, except for instead of a penguin, you're using cars. And it was like on a roller coaster track and different things. So I tried that, and it was just a good time waster. And then, after a couple years, I kept getting commercials that would pop up when the Hill Climb Racing 2 came out. And so finally I said, I'll give it a try. And so I gave it a try, and that's how I eventually started playing it. I eventually got all the vehicles and all the maps and everything unlocked and maxed out, and I was actually getting bored with it. And I was on the verge of quitting, and that's right when teams became an option. And that kind of refreshed my vigor for the game, and the rest is history at that point.
Surprising how many people have said that. They were just about to quit, and then teams started. Game changer.
It totally changed it. I mean, when it would keep me on
Yep.
when a new car came out or a new map came out or something came out. But at that point, like using the only goal was to go as far as you could on a single map with a single vehicle. And once you kind of got to your limit, it like, oh, yeah, maybe I can go a little farther if I can somehow reach that fuel can. And then they introduced, tuning parts but again, at that point, I was pretty much always magnet. I think in tires. And I don't remember what the third part was I would use, but it was like the same parts all the time. There's no need for jump shocks in distance. There was no need for, flip boost and some of the stuff they had. But once teams came out, it totally changed because now you're having to use different vehicles for different things. And I remember from the beginning, before I ever knew of Discord, my thought was you always wanted your vehicles all maxed, So it would be like a wheelie event, and I would have to use the scooter. I had everything maxed to 2020, 2020, and I couldn't understand why my wheelie sucked. And it still does today. I'm just not good at it. But then as you start seeing Discord and people, well, you need to lower your suspension. Like, what? You want to lower? What's the point? Why wouldn't you max it? So you start to realize that the tuning played an importance, and it totally changed your thought. And you're like, wow, like, how would I have ever figured this out without Discord? So we were just trying to chat, in-game chat, telling other teammates what to do. Well, you want to use this vehicle for this event, and learning Discord, to me, was a game changer when it came to team events. But I don't know. Like I said, huge differences. The beginning of the game and Hill Climb Racing 1 to 2 and how it's evolved. But
yeah, it has evolved quite a bit over the years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
If teams wouldn't have came out, I would have definitely not be playing it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm very similar. I wouldn't be playing it if it wasn't for Discord and Teams.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely. Hmm.
You're up, Eva?
I'm up. Okay, this a question from Negan. I've been reading through it, and I'm kind
There's
of
only one small part that's important.
Yeah. So Negan has basically asked about, building friendships and challenges, XP, extra work, new cars, overwhelming. They want to have that feeling back of having a new game and all that sort of stuff. I think the sentiment in all of it is they miss all their friends and that they hope that everybody's well. So that's a message from Negan. So it's not really a question. It's more of a, hey, miss you guys. Wish you were here.
Yeah, Negan, I think, left the game. Him and Disco both kind of left the game recently.
Yep.
I think they just got overwhelmed with the mastery and the new vehicles all coming out simultaneously, and
Yep.
they were both very competitive, and it just kind of got too much. And I think there was, I mean, like I said, that Kickin' Asphalt team really kicked ass. I mean, it was a really good team, and when everybody split apart, um, I think
Yeah.
everybody was hurt. I think everybody was hurt by it, and we all reacted differently. I ran away and went to Mixed Nuts, and that's really how I joined Mixed Nuts. Was leaving Kicking Asphalt because I didn't want to be in the middle of the Kicking Asphalt chaos. I
Yeah.
just went to Mixed Nuts, and I
Yeah.
kind of went my own way. But yeah, it was sad. It was a really good team, and
Yep.
I think a lot of people miss it.
Yep. Yeah. Fair enough.
Definitely
So
a good team name.
which team name?
Kickin' Asphalt.
Kicking ass.
Such a good name.
Yeah, I do like that. That is pretty cool. So we have a question from Hydra. He's asked the question, who do you guys admire the most? We'll start with you, Silk.
Boy, I guess it depends on which aspect you're talking about. But as I mentioned earlier, as far as the gaming aspect, I would probably say like Birashak, just because his ability to be so good at like every single aspect. It's just and it's not like I said. There's other players that can do it. You see them posting scores all the time, but like he does it like his first set of tickets, like almost every single event.
Yeah.
And like I won't get that score like after the whole week. It's like that's crazy. So similar with when it comes to distance, like Zoro. It's just I see some of his videos and how far he goes and how he's able to. I don't know. To me, he almost has to have like some type of internal motivation to want to, hey, I want to get 10K on this map, and I'm not going to stop until I get it. Because I've seen like some of his videos. I think the one he did at the Moonlander on one of the maps, he just kept doing, like, the video was like a half hour long, but he was just repeating it from like 8K in, and like how much time it takes just to get to that point, and you've just seen him repeat it like 10 times. Like, that had to have taken him like an entire day, and that's just his good runs. Like, how many times did he die and have to start over? Like, to me, that's just, when it comes to adventure, that's just on the next level. And he's great at the team events as well. So, like I said, I think it depends to what you're talking about. And then when it comes to team leadership, like that's a different. Most of that is outside of the game, but the amount of time spent like managing the team, being on Discord, reaching out to people, the networking. There's various leaders over the year, but I think most of those that you get burnt out.
Yep.
And like I said, I've witnessed that myself. So there's not a lot of those guys that have done it from day one that are still doing it today. So, and I understand, and I try not to push people into doing that, because I've had some good, I would call leaders, especially on Discord, that don't play the game anymore. And I feel like you get yourself into too much where it becomes a job.
Yeah.
And A girl's in the same boat. I can see her someday getting tired of it. She puts in a ton of time doing spreadsheets and managing the server, and it'll grow on you. But it becomes a job, and if you don't feel appreciated, you start to question whether it's worth it. So.
Yep.
But yeah, it depends on which aspect of the game you're looking at. But I would say those are kind of the people when it comes to the game that I admire.
Yep. What about you, AGirl?
Well, if you're going to ask me who I admire the people that have been loyal to my team for so long, putting up with me. I mean, so often you hear people saying, okay, next season I'm going to that team, and then the following season I'm going to go to that team, and then next season I'm going to that team. And I look at my team, and there's some people that have been on consistently for so long, so many years.
Yep.
I mean, some have come and gone. Like, we have Tom. He's left us, but then he comes back. And then Orslurch has been there the whole time, never left. But we have like Danger and his wife Ginger. They've been on my team probably since the beginning. I don't. I think they joined probably like a month into the team, and we got Hero, who's from Australia, and he's been on my team for a really really long time. Just so many players, but a few of them, like I said, I've come into a dilemma where it seems like some of them used to be like CC level players, and they're still really good people, but you could tell they're kind of getting back burnering the game a bit. It's like they might do some 20 km and post a score and walk away. But you still like having them in your life, so you keep them on the team. But yeah, I'm just impressed by all the people that stay loyal to the team, and have for so long. And also my friends from other teams that have seen us in a time of need and come in and helped, like Jeff.
Sure.
Yeah, like Jeff from Empire has come in and helped us for a season and whatnot. And Silky has joined us. So, I mean, I always appreciate those people that kind of look out for us.
No, fair call. Fair call. Pete, you're up.
Yes. We are on to the mass hole server now. This first question is from Taehyungi. I'm sure I pronounced that incorrectly, but oh well. Tae. Question is for Silk69 is how do you maintain interest and consistently with the game in Discord and have such an incredible game/life balance? And does anyone else in your family also play?
Well, nobody else in my family plays, although it has been installed on both of my boys' tablets. They play their own. They're in Minecraft and Roblox and that type of stuff. They'll casually play from time to time when they're bored and just want to try something out, but they don't play. They're not on teams. So I tried. I didn't push them, but I tried. Getting them to play it, thinking we would kind of have a bond between us. But like I said, they went their own way, and I don't understand the whole Minecraft and Roblox and that type of stuff. So we're kind of different when it comes to the games like that.
Mhm.
But what was the other question now? The first one, I kind of skipped over it. Oh, the
How
motivation.
do you maintain interest and
Yeah,
consistently? Yeah.
yeah. I think I kind of mentioned that before, but that's more the team. Like team keeps me motivated, and my personality. I don't want to let them down, so that's what keeps me. It keeps me to make sure I try to log into every single one of my accounts. At least once every 2 days for the team event, and post a score and try to help out. But there are weeks when especially when I'm busy or grinding on another account, where I might only get like 20 KMs for the whole week, and and a lot of times that's still not the worst on the team, but I feel bad about it. So my
Mhm.
goal, if I had the time, would to be at least get to 100 KM on each account. Which when you add that all up across 6 accounts, that's 600K. And then
Yeah,
you
that's
see
a lot.
other guys that are putting
That's a
in
lot.
1,000K. And it's like, well, 1,000K, if you had 10 accounts, that would be 100K for each one. It's not that big of a deal, but it is still time consuming.
Yeah.
So, but
No, very
And
cool.
but no, it's the
and life
team.
balance.
Oh, life balance. Yeah, I have kind of the schedule for when I play, and I mentioned that when we
Yep.
were trying to schedule this. Like, I have dinner with my family. The weekends is kind of set across for my family. So most of the time, if somebody is friends with me on Discord, they'll see I'm logged in on Discord throughout the day, like Monday through Friday. But when it's time to go home, you can go in there and you won't see me on there. And then on the weekends, it's kind of hit or miss depending on what we're doing. Um, but like this weekend, I have to work, but it's also a 3-day holiday for us, or 3-day weekend because it's a holiday on Monday.
Yep.
So my normal schedule will be a little different than, which is why I'm free and available tonight for this podcast, is because I got Monday off with the kids, so I can spend time with them. But yeah, it is time, and usually I have a big long summer vacation each summer. And the last couple years, I actually removed my accounts from the teams for that whole month, like in June, and I would join a
Wow.
Division 7 account with those teams, and I would try to put up a score each match. But that's all. There's no, like I said, to me the motivation is my team. When I'm on a random team, I don't know anybody. Like if I miss a match, I miss a match. I don't care.
Yeah.
So I lose that motivation. But I also don't want to let the team down. And I know if I stay on my team and we're in a close match, like I'll feel like pressure to, I want to go and join that team and help us win. But I'm in the middle of vacation. My family might get upset that I'm not spending time with them. So that's why I would do it. But with this last year, I actually kept my accounts all on the teams, and I was able to, I think, if I recall, still join every team event and put in a score. But I'm not going to watch the videos. I'm not going to practice. So it's not going to be my best effort. But I let them know ahead of time and say, you have the option. I can either do this and I might miss a match, or I'm going to leave and join a Division 7 team for the month. So,
Yeah, yeah. No,
uh,
that's cool. Yeah.
yeah, for me, I'm in IT. I work in IT. I am on call 24/7. I'm a salaried employee, so I just have to get my job done regardless of how many hours I work. But by having that job, as long as I'm not busy with a project or something, I do have a lot of free time where I'm able to put in a match here and there throughout the day. So that really helps me with getting things accomplished just based on my job. But there's still a lot of time obviously spent outside of work where I'm on this game and and I gotta work around my schedule to make it fit.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So there's a question from Boss, and it's for Silk69. He's saying, having so many accounts and so many teammates, it must be hard to pick a favorite. But why is Massholes your favorite team?
Well, I actually said that. I actually said that was because those Boss is one of them. Boss and Tay both, but Oxy and I don't even know how you pronounce his name. M&T. Hasn't been around as much lately, but there's a handful of people on that team that I really interact with really well, and it's really outside of the game. We talk about non-game related stuff. A lot of times it's work related, but there's just a connection we have. We joke around, we chat a lot, so that's probably the reason why. I don't know why it is. Like I said, I interact with all my teams and different teammates, but I think the reason is because they're a smaller team. They've always been. It's just one team. They don't have like a team 2, a team 3. They don't have 1,000 people on their Discord channel where people are chatting. You don't even know who they are. So it's usually the same group of people.
Yep.
So I think it'd be similar to when you're in school and you're in the same class with the same kids all the time. You kind of eventually build up. You learn what everybody kind of likes, doesn't like, and you get that relationship. And so I would say that's probably the reason why. And the other teams I've been on for just as long, or if not longer. But there's just so many more people on those servers, you never really get to know the group as well. But
well, I can remember when we had Massholes, when we had Tay from Massholes on the podcast. The team had been the team for so long, and there was long-standing members, and she never merged because she didn't want to break up the team. I can understand why you would appreciate all of that, and like you said, it feels like a group of people that you went to school with. Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got some questions from the Mixed Nuts server.
Following questions are from the Mixed Nuts server. The first one is from Goober. This is for AGirl. He has a few questions that have been answered a little bit, and I'll just go through them. How many HCR profiles have you had? How many are still active? And what order from oldest to newest were they created? But the last one he asked is kind of interesting. Do you still rollerblade? And what is this I hear about a rival HCR2 racer trying to run you over? Is that true?
That so how I was mentioning close encounters with other players. I had just gone back to mixed nuts. And and I was skating on the green belt here in Arizona in Scottsdale. And I was taking pictures while I was skating. I was taking pictures of the golf course and various other scenic things. And then along comes this guy like behind me hauling butt, and he just about knocked me off my skates. And he apologized, and he asked me if I wanted to go out for a beer. And it turned out that he was AZJD on the mixed nuts team that I was on. And I thought, oh wow, this is so odd. I mean, like, what's the odds of this that you're on my team? And then I found out that my facility in which I work, he would ride his bike past my work every day, both ways, like riding because he was a teacher, like down the street, and he would just ride his bike by like almost working the same hours, like literally right down the street from me.
So we would usually call that stalking.
Yeah, yeah. It almost seemed that way at first, but it was kind of odd, you know. It was like, wow. I mean, it's like, but no, I don't know. I think it was just coincidental. But he's a nice guy, and you know, actually, coincidentally, he was outside of like where I work and riding his bike, and there was some guys in a big dually truck that hit his bike and knocked him off the road. So
Wow.
I mean, it's weird. It's like this is just another player, but it's like I've seen so much and know so much about him now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow. Very cool and funny.
It was. It was
Because
very coincidental.
Uh-huh.
when
Uh-huh.
we did the 4th episode with Reese on it, he gave us some stats about the Australian playing public that play HCR2, and he said the number 1 in 25. So 1 in 25 people in Australia play the game once a month. So obviously the numbers are different in the US, but the chances of you bumping into someone who actually plays the game is pretty low. But then for them to be on the team with you is just
Right?
like it's crazy. That's really
Mhm.
crazy.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, like literally working, 2 miles down the street. It
Yep.
was just, it was unbelievable. And like I said, and then I get on a plane and here's the guy sitting next to me saying, "Oh, you're AGirl?" Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So funny.
Very,
It's a
very
small
Mhm.
world.
Yep. Indeed.
All right. So I have
Pete,
a question. Oh no,
whose
Pete
turn?
or
My turn.
yep.
Mhm.
Do you want to just
Um,
mention Mountain Yeti's questions that they've all been answered and just move on to Bubba's nuts?
I suppose I could, but it sounds like you've already just done it.
Well, I haven't really said what he was. Oh,
So
gee.
he said, "What drew you to this game over others? What factors play into picking a clan, and how long have you been playing?" Is what he asked.
Which
Which
you've
I'm
already
pretty
answered.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
we've already answered them.
So big shout out to Mountain Yeti.
Yeti.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming up with a question, Mountain Yeti.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Appreciated. This question is from Bubba's Nuts. Great name. What does the screen name InCOGnITO mean?
It was exactly that. As I mentioned earlier, it was
Exactly,
me
yeah.
Mhm.
incognito.
Under the radar.
Yeah.
Under the
Yeah.
radar. Okay. So my question is from Butcher. So he's asked the question, how long have you been with Mixed Nuts? Which you've kind of answered, but he's asked the question, will you stay with the team?
I mean, I have no plans of leaving it, especially if I was a co-lead goober. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I don't care about that stuff.
Goober, do you hear that? Goober,
Yeah.
you're listening?
Well, actually, a few of them, Scotch, and because I'm also on EC Huck and Loyal Outcast merge team still, because I used to be on EC Huck before the merge.
Yep.
They were all wondering if this was a live thing, and he's been like DMing me, going, "Is it live? Where do I go? Where's the link?" And I've been seeing there, and I think I was on Mixed Nuts, and they too were asking about the link, and I'm like, I don't think it's live, and I've been kind of
Mhm.
side chatting with them about this on on the side. So I don't think they do live. I think, and maybe that's a good thing. We can maybe take some of those bug comments.
Yeah, no.
But
Because we like the fact that we can edit it. It means that people speak their mind a little bit more freer. Because if something's
yeah,
live, they might go, "Oh, I don't want to say that." No,
Right.
don't want to say that. Yeah, no, I don't want to say that. So no, it's better that it's not live. I think.
Yeah. But I think a few people are looking forward to hearing it.
Good.
But don't want to
That's
know where
good.
to find it. So
Well, we will
We'll
post links.
yeah.
We will post lots of links.
okay.
So yeah, all is good. All is good. Pete, your
YouTube
question?
and Spotify. I just asked one.
Did you? So it's JR's coin.
Okay, since
Sorry.
you. Whose turn is it?
JR, it's your turn.
Okay. You just talked about JD on his bike. So he's asked the question, when do you plan to sideswipe him? So you can assume his co-lead position.
Yeah, he's wondering if I'm going to have a revenge thing on him now. Ever since he hit me with his
Uh-huh.
bike.
Uh-huh.
Nah, I wouldn't do that to him. I wouldn't do that to him. I don't even think he rides his bike anymore. I think he started driving.
Mm.
But yeah, the mixed nuts are a really cool casual team. They really are.
Oh.
Whenever you're feeling down,
Mm-hmm.
they were very supportive over that same time frame because
Yeah.
Goob knew what was going on and JD knew what was going on. So yeah, I mean, just really good teams. I just sometimes I bounce one of the accounts back to Cheap Tricks randomly every once in a while because, like I said, I wish I had 5 accounts, but there's only 4 of me.
All right. Well, if you do come on the Cheap Tricks, please say hello.
Right.
There is a question from Rocket. He's asked, how do you guys manage all your accounts, which you've answered. So big shout out to Rocket. But the funniest part is he's asked Silk, where are your other 36 accounts hiding?
Well, if I had them, I don't know what I would do with them. Like
Yeah.
way back in the day when teams matched anybody, it's just based on the time when they click the button.
Yep.
I would be tempted to maybe hide them on other teams that we were trying to either snipe or avoid. But since it's all auto matching now, like I don't know. If I had 36 other accounts, I don't know what I'd probably just put them on random teams. I mean, there's
Well,
definitely some friendly teams that I have that I would like to play with if I could, but not 36 of them.
That's pretty much the entire top 50. Almost. It's almost.
Yeah.
You'd have an account on the top 50. You'd be playing against each other, playing against yourself. Probably seven out of the 14 matches.
But no, I obviously don't. As I mentioned earlier, the 42 has nothing to do with the
No,
number
nothing
of
to do
counts.
with it. No. No, all good. Okay, JR.
It's up to me. Oh,
Oh, it's up
JR,
to you.
sorry.
No, it's up to you. Oh, you can ask the question, Pete.
We've thrown ourselves off. We've all gone out of whack. This one is from Top Dragoneer, and he wants to know, Silk, how long have you been playing, and how many hours a day does it take for you to run your 42 accounts?
4 accounts. 6 accounts.
My goodness.
I've been playing.
Really going
like
with the 42 accounts, aren't we?
Yep, since 2017, as far as Hill Climb Racing 2 goes, that's when I started playing. Although not all my accounts were started right at that point. I had, I think, 3 of them just based on the number of devices. And then in 2019, when teams came out, I created 2 more so I could start my own team. And then I just last April I created that 6th one.
Yep.
As far as hours a day, it varies. To just go, because I'm not logging into multiple devices, I'm just basically switching accounts between the Android user. It's not like I have to have 6 different tablets with me at all times. So I only have to have 2 devices with me to be able to log into all my accounts. And I generally just based out of habit. I have to go through and open all the different chests and get the free rewards and you know if it's my main account or depending on the account that I'm searching on, I may run some, you know, whether it's the daily task or the community chest or community event. I might run those, but I don't do very many public events.
Yeah.
But unless it's where like I needed to do it to unlock the raider, you had to do it in a PE. Then I have to find an event that I'm decent at and run it on all of them. But definitely several hours a day across all the accounts all added up on average. Except there's some days where I don't have that amount of time and I won't do a whole lot of KMs. There's other days where I might have nothing going on for the whole day and I'll spend, you know, 4 or 5 hours across the entire day running all the accounts. So it varies, but definitely on average at least an hour a day.
Alrighty, Pete.
Last question.
Oh, there you go.
before the questionnaire.
No, that's
this
right.
This
Last
one
question.
is from
Yeah, go on.
So I want to know, how does Silk always know what the next team event is so early? Sometimes weeks in advance, and sometimes 2 to 3 events at a time a month.
That I don't think there's any special behind that. I know somebody is hoping, well, I work there, and so I have actual information. And no, there's servers that post that. There's like a PR server, and I basically, because I'm on a bunch of different servers, I kind of will go through and see what's being talked about. And once I find something like that, hey, we have like the whole month of December, they posted it all ahead of time. I will then share that on all the different Discord servers that I'm members of. And so because they're not a member of that PR server, they don't realize that it's, you know, it's out
Common
there.
knowledge. Yeah.
They just see me posting it and assuming, oh, how did you know about it? So it's somebody else knows about it. Now how that person knows, I don't know. I gotta imagine they're part of like the pit crew or some other group that has access to it. Because we know we can go on our team event, hit the little eye, and you can have the little arrow where you can see the upcoming event. But they have like multiple arrows where they can see upcoming events for like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know how they get that. I don't have that in any of my games. So, like I said, I think there's a special group, whether it's a beta tester or the pit crew or something, that does have that access, and they're posting it. I know hackers get some of the stuff. Like we saw hackers post some of the masteries before they were released, and that's because they're able to get into the source code and see these images that were in there. We saw the Raider posted before, or not the Raider, the Glider posted before it was actually available, which they actually made an announcement on Discord server about that, or I mean the FS's Discord server about that. So, but no, I get it just from finding it on other servers and sharing it.
Yep.
So, no special behind the scenes access. There's times when I kind of wish I did have it, but there's other times when I'm glad I don't. And
Yeah.
but,
Well,
No.
I could probably say that the guys who are beta testers don't get to see any of that.
yeah, I don't know. Somebody sees it. Obviously, they're
Unofficially.
posting it. Unless unless FS is doing it on their own, but pretending like it's not them, like they're leaking it to drive interest, and people talk about it. So
there's a question for AGirl. Are you mad at CT for your team not getting the purple ticket? And will we miss InCOGnITO? No, we miss InCOGnITO being here. We tried to make them hold back.
Well, I'll just tell any, that, maybe he got lucky. I gotta let him get lucky one time, right? He won. He got the big win, and he was pretty proud of it. He's got a lot of my He's got a lot of friends that I've played with before on that team that they're just really good. I mean, AGirl, aka Black Widow, is on that team. Um, Bam, my Bam Bam is on that team. Just a lot of good players on that team. And my team, we have good players, but we're a lot of working adults and a few kids that are in school, right? So we're playing it, and but I don't think we're at that same level. Um, they NH team used to be Global Legion and used to be a high up CC team, and they're still, got a lot of good players. So, um, but
So
yeah, no.
when did Cheap Trick beat you guys?
Oh, when they were in Div 1, they matched up against us, and we had like, I think like 24 people on our team. Nah, maybe we had 38. We were very short-handed. We had
Which team is this? Which team is this?
Blue Bayou, my team.
Oh,
He's
that
talking
was
my team. He's rubbing it in. This is a salt in a wound thing.
yeah. No. I know that.
This is a
I know that.
we kicked your butt and we're gonna put it on a podcast.
I'm just trying to remember how long ago was that?
um, I don't know. He'll tell
'Cause-
you. I don't remember. I don't. I've been playing this game. All my days roll together.
yeah. 'Cause I was
I
gonna say
think
we've been in CC for 2 months in a row, so
yeah.
maybe it
So
was
so
the month
it was like 3 months ago or
3 months
4 months
ago.
ago or
Yeah. Okay.
something.
Yep.
It might have. I think actually. I think I might have been in Florida at the time that happened.
Yeah.
We
The
had
humidity.
yeah.
The
Well, I was
humidity
away
doesn't make.
from home in Florida, I think, at the time.
Yep.
So I think it was like around August, I'm guessing. I don't
Yep.
know. This is he's just bringing up a we beat two. Nanny goo goo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, you wait. Someday we're gonna have some really good players come help us out. And if we could just get like 10 power players, we'll be good to go.
Well, realistically, it is the top
Yeah.
15. If you can get the top
Yeah.
15 all your color,
Yeah.
then you've won the match.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
That's what I always do the spreadsheets on my team. And I color code them, and new members always be like, well, why is this person purple and that person blue and this person green, and it's like because I'm on different teams, so I see what scores it takes in this event to score in the top part or in the middle and the bottom, right? So I'm
Cool.
essentially letting you know these people are playing at a CC level right now, and these people are playing at a Div 1 level right now, and these people are
Yeah.
playing, close, but Div 2 level, and
Yeah.
just
That's
letting you know
cool.
where you're at, you know.
Uh,
And not to be hard on anybody, but just this is where you're at, and and how to get there. And I also post each stage separately, which
yep.
N8 uses. N8's on my server too, so he gets
Yeah.
to see
No,
all that.
that's really cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. All right, Jr.
Oh,
Your time. Your
we've
time to shine.
uh-huh. So we have come to the point of the podcast where we do the Never Have I Ever Hill Climb Racing to Edition. Questions to you both. So I'll ask Igor first, and then Silk next. So we'll go in that order. Are you both ready to answer some questions? Fun questions.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do it. Okay, the first question is, never have I ever run a team event ticket on a live stream?
Yeah. No, I
Igor,
haven't.
you
No.
haven't.
No. Is that how you play the game? Is you just say no, I
So
haven't, or
yes
do
or
you say,
no? Yeah,
Yes or
oh
that's
no?
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
no.
No, you haven't. So Silk,
Was that a
did you
yes?
say
No, I've never run it. Never streamed
Never.
anything live.
never streamed?
Never streamed.
Okay.
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 That's
Have
surprising
you?
with all your guys' accounts. You've never done streaming.
Because I suck.
No, I've only actually ever joined one once to listen in on it just to see what it was like.
Mm,
And it was somebody doing an adventure one, and I was just
mm,
watching them play.
And you're both
I didn't say
you're both
anything. I
on
just
the
listened
Empire
in.
server.
yeah, they do it
Yeah, no,
regularly
they
in the
do.
Empress.
They do them like every single
Yeah.
night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
You should.
Next question.
Next question. Have you ever made a custom track? AGirl?
I have, but I mean, nothing's come about it. I mean, it was just, it came out and I thought I'd try it. I made a few tracks, but
Okay.
nothing that made it to like the everybody's gonna play it level.
Hmm. Okay, but you have, yes. Silk, have you made a custom track?
Yep, once the first time it became a feature in the game, I tried it out to see what it was like.
Okay, cool. The third question is, has that custom track ever been featured in the community showcase? AGirl?
Nope.
Nope. Silk?
No, it has not.
It has not. Okay. Next question. Have you ever spent gems to get the XP multiplier in the shop? AGirl?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Silk?
Just once, the first time it came out to see how it worked.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And next question. Have you ever spent 4,000 gems and purchased legendary chest for XP? AGirl?
I've gotten that 2,500 gem chest quite a bit. I don't know about 4,000.
So you have not?
Yeah, no,
No. No.
No.
no,
And
no.
Silk?
No, I never have.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next question. Have you ever spent real money in the game? AGirl?
Far too much.
Yeah.
Far too much.
Silk?
On some of my accounts, yes.
Yes. Next question. Have you ever completed masteries on all current vehicles, which is 18? I'm sorry, 12. 12 vehicles with mastery. Have you completed? AGirl?
No. I'm still on
No.
the EVCC and I haven't
Mm-hmm.
started the beast yet.
Mm-hmm. And Silk?
Same. On my main account, I have all of them except for CCEV and the Beast. I
Oh.
actually completed the
Okay.
first 3 on the Beast. That one's pretty easy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
the
not
beast is
very
pretty.
much completed. Next question. Have you ever thought of giving up playing the game? AGirl?
Yeah, and then 4 hours later, I'm back saying, why did I leave that team? And why did I leave that team? And why did I leave that team? I have my moments where I just let everything get to me.
Yeah.
And then I just leave
Yeah.
all the teams. And then I get a whole bunch of DMs. Where'd you go? Why'd you do
Mm-hmm.
it? Are you mad at us?
Mm-hmm.
Did we say something? And it was like, no, I
Mm-hmm.
just, it could be something in my real life that happened and it just
Mm-hmm.
kind of
Yeah.
affected me that day.
Yeah.
And yeah.
What about you, Silk?
Never to completely leave the game.
Yeah, yeah, you never.
Anytime a girl beats me, I consider it though, but never completely.
Funny. Next question. Have you ever used a prefix in your name to announce what team you are in? AGirl?
Well, we have the
Yes.
BBU on there,
Yes.
so
Yes.
yeah.
Uh-huh. Yes, you have.
And I got the
What about
EC
you?
chief.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Silk? Have you ever done that?
Not that I remember.
Hmm?
I'm trying to remember if I did, it would have been a long time ago. But I haven't.
Mm.
I don't remember
Yeah.
ever doing it. So I
Mm-hmm.
think no.
No. Okay. Okay. Next question. Have you ever created content for a YouTube channel? AGirl?
No, I've never gone
No.
there. Like I said, if I did, it would be more comical than it would be professional.
Uh-huh. Silk?
Just content from my Discord teammates.
Mm. Yeah, not on YouTube. That's fine. Next question. Have you ever met another HCR2 teammate or player in real life? A
Yeah.
girl?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, we already went over that.
That's a
Yeah,
massive
run
Uh-huh.
someone
one.
over.
And what about you, Silk?
Thought the answer was no, but it turns out I was riding a motorcycle one day and this lady jumped out of the top of a beetle and flashed me.
Actually, it was a bicycle, so
So
it
that
wasn't a
was you.
motorcycle. It was literally a bicycle.
That was
The
you.
guy,
No.
his front wheel just
No.
started going back and forth, side to side, and then over he went.
So hang on.
No, not that I know of. Like if I ever met somebody, we didn't discuss the game and know that we were both gamers, so no.
Eva, are you saying something?
No.
Okay. This is the last question. Have you ever done a face reveal on any Discord server, not including the podcast server? A girl?
Not not including the podcast. Well,
Mm-hmm.
for a while there, I did have a picture up, and I think it was N8 that told me, yeah, it's probably not a good idea to keep it up, and I took it down. That was a while ago, but yeah, and then I went to just having different pictures instead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Silk, what about you?
Yep, on a couple different team servers I've have done it.
Ah, yeah, cool. That's very cool.
All right.
So,
How
That's
did we go?
that's the end of the Never Have I Ever podcast questionnaire.
I was going to
Drum
say the end of the podcast.
questionnaire. So the scores are in. Silk, you have a score of 8 nevers, which is the most nevers in the history of this
Season.
questionnaire. So far, there's only been like 10 or 12 people that have
Oh.
actually done it so far. Because it's only just started with season 3. So, and AGirl, you have 5 nevers, which is kind of middle of the road.
Mhm.
The score to
But you
beat.
win this episode.
You win this episode. Yeah. You've won this episode. But you are still miles behind R Diddy, who got 2 in last episode. So he won absolutely nothing. And you guys get exactly the same prize. You both get absolutely nothing. So be very share it with everybody around you, and be nice to everybody who is got more score with you or less score with you. But yeah, the Never Have I Ever is just a bit of a laugh. About how we play the game and all that sort of stuff. So thanks for contributing and being part of the fun. We have gotten kind of to the end of the podcast. Yeah, I suppose before we go and before we close it out, is there, and both of you have both been mentioning lots and lots and lots of people's names. So is there anyone you think you may have missed that you really need to give a shout out to? AGirl?
I want to say thank you to Bohica for staying on the team with me. I have my Bobos, and obviously Bojack left, so at least Bohica stuck around. Just saying, Bo and RT, just throwing it out there.
Yep.
And I do want to say a shout out for the EC Huck team that I'm on, because they, for whatever reason, didn't really, I guess due to the merge, they didn't really get any questions compiled, but they wanted to hear a live podcast. And I didn't really mention them much because they didn't really ask any questions for me to kind of throw it out there. But they too are a very good team, and it's the only CC team I'm on. So at the moment, which is a vast difference from in the past when like I'd have 3 teams on CC and my team in Div 1. It's just the opposite right now.
Yep. Nice. What about you, Silk? Do you have anyone you want to shout out to?
I guess I need to mention Nate and Wreckmaster because they're the ones that threw me out on the previous podcast that kind of got me
Mm-hmm.
on here to begin with.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
But outside of that, there's so many teams I'm on, so many people I'm on. I feel like if I tried to start mentioning them, I would end up forgetting somebody, and I don't want anybody to feel bad. So I'll mention them just because they brought me up in the previous episode that got me on here.
Yep.
And I know Bandit was supposed to be on this podcast with me, and they couldn't obviously get the schedule in, but I think you guys are planning on doing him in a future episode, so we'll
Mm-hmm.
get to hear
Yes.
from him as
Yes.
well.
Yes.
But
We're looking forward to that too.
and then obviously AGirl, and thank her for being able to join and
Thank
not
you for
make me
getting me
sound
on
so
here.
I mentioned it in one of our Discord channels. I said, I mean, part of the reason I asked her to join was to make me not sound so crazy for having multiple accounts. So, but
So what you're
no,
saying is I sound more crazy than you.
well, you said it, not me.
Well, you did
That's
name
okay.
every account differently, so there's that.
Yeah. And it's
And
my
Yeah, it takes more
ADHD
time to
multiple
manage all our separate
personality
Discord.
disorder, right?
and some of those are male and female, and there's a mixed bag of
Exactly.
everything else. So no, you're not crazy at all. You're not crazy at all. So yeah. So on behalf of JR and Pete and I wanted to say thanks for spending so much time with us. It has been a very long podcast, like the previous one. But like I said at the start, I didn't want to shorten it by any means, just because I've got a time frame to meet. So if you are still listening at this end of the podcast, thank you very much for still listening. Thanks for all your questions so far. Pete, JR, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, do you want to go first?
So thank you to Silk for coming on the podcast and for inviting AGirl. There are only a handful of female HCR2 players who have been on the podcast. So thank you so much for spending time telling us your journey. I love your vibe. I really do. So thank you so much to you both. And thank you all to the players who posted their questions across 7 Discord servers. Okay. This is the biggest collection of questions as far as I can remember. So thank you so much. And,
Thank you for inviting us, and post a
Mhm.
good picture of y'all together so I can go ahead and draw it for you.
Oh,
Perfect.
yes,
No,
please.
yep.
Hmm.
Pete, what
Yep.
about yourself?
Okay.
Just thank you guys for coming on. It's been a really good episode. I'm sure it's going to be a good listen to all our listeners. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what you create with your drawing skills. That'll be good fun.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
So as I said, long podcast. If you're still listening and you haven't liked and subscribed our podcast, please do. We'd love to have more listeners, and the more listeners, the more sharing there is. The more sharing, the more listeners we get. It's an ongoing thing. I am looking forward
And
to
let
editing
us know if you have listened to it in one go. I'm curious to find out.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay. So again, I wanted to say a big thanks to AGirl. Like JR said, there's not many females who play the game. We've had a shortage of females on the podcast, and we really appreciate your time. It's been very lovely to have you on, and it's been awesome to hear your perspective on multiple accounts. And yeah, I really, really, really wanted to say thanks. So thanks from me as well. Dilk, 6 accounts across 5 years of playing. Um, it was one of the things I wanted to really talk about with you was this you know starting an account now as opposed to starting an account all that time ago, and you answered all the questions I had, and I really appreciate it because I wanted to see whether it was going to be more or less of a of a journey, and you've kind of covered that. So thank you for your time. Thank you for being away from your family. I know that means a lot to you. So thanks for all your time. And yeah, I just wanted to say it's been great having you on.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's been a pleasure being here.
Yeah. So just wanted to say thanks to everybody for listening for so long. Have a wonderful time. We are going to have another podcast episode recording very shortly. We've got some very cool characters coming on in the next couple of episodes, so please listen out. Thank you very much for listening. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.